じゃない。あああああああああああ
You and me and yourself and myself.
ケイスケさん、天の杯お疲れ様でした。
前期よりもパワーアップしててすごかったです。
おはようございます。マイクテストです。I don't speak French. Sorry about that. Everyone. Everyone, thank you for your participation today. This is the 59th annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest, the Amano Trophy. The contest will begin at 10. 10. Please be seated by 9:55. 9:55.
We are today's masters of ceremony for this speech contest.
Everyone, thank you for your participation today. This is the 59th annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest, the Amano Trophy. The contest will begin at 10. Please be seated by 9:55. 9:55. We would ask you to please remain seated while the speeches are in progress, and to kindly refrain from eating or smoking. You may smoke in the smoking area out of this building during the recess. We also ask you to kindly refrain from flash photography in the hall, and to turn off your alarm watches and portable phones during the speeches. We are not able to make any personal announcements except in the case of the emergency. If the emergency should happen, please follow the staff in charge. Programs are available at the reception desk. ESS members of Tokyo University with name tags will be happy to answer your questions regarding the contest and other activities of the English Speaking Society. Thank you for your participation.
本日は獨協大学主催第59回天野杯全日本大学生英語弁論大会にご来場いただきまして誠にありがとうございます。コンテストは10時に始まりますので、9時55分までにご着席ください。スピーチ中の入退場、並びに会場内でのご飲食はご遠慮ください。喫煙は会場建物外にございます喫煙所にてお願いいたします。また、会場内でのフラッシュ撮影はご遠慮ください。スピーチの途中で時計のアラームや携帯電話が鳴らぬよう電源をお切りください。緊急の場合以外のお呼び出しはご遠慮願います。万が一、緊急事態の際には、係の者の指示に従ってください。コンテストのプログラムは会場受付に用意しておりますので、どうぞご利用くださいませ。また、コンテスト、その他のことに関してご質問等がございましたら、天野スタッフの名札をつけた係の者にお尋ねください。本日はご来場誠にありがとうございます。
また、天野杯を開催するに際しまして、ご講演、ご協賛いただいております。企業、団体様の紹介をさせていただきます。外務省、文部科学省、埼玉県教育委員会、草加市教育委員会、ブリティッシュカウンシル、カナダ大使館、NHK 埼玉放送局、テレビ埼玉、埼玉新聞社、一般社団法人獨協大学同窓会、小出会様、一般財団法人国際ビジネスコミュニケーション協会様、株式会社新生出版様、コカ・コーラボトラーズジャパン株式会社様、株式会社五軒様、草加革職人会様、公益財団法人日本英語検定協会様、ランゲージビレッジ様、この度はご講演、ご協力、誠にありがとうございます。
Everyone, the 59th Amano Trophy, the annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest is coming. On behalf of all the members of Tokyo University ESS, I would like to thank all the people who got involved in this contest.
Now, the speakers are going to enter this hall. Please stand up and welcome them with a big hand. Next, the judges are going to enter this hall.
Sorry, the judges are about to enter this hall, so please wait for a while. Thank you.
Next, the judges are going to enter this hall. Please welcome them with a big hand. Please be seated. Now, the opening movie will be shown. Please check the monitor in the center of the stage.
You and me and yourself and myself.
Next, Ms. Hiroko Maezawa, the Chancellor of Tokyo University, was supposed to give her opening address here. However, she is away on college duties. So, Mr. Nobemasa Yoshikawa, a professor of Faculty of Law, Director General Students Association, is going to give us the opening address. Mr. Yoshikawa, would you come up to the stage, please?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Tokyo University. ここからは日本語で話させていただきます。おはようございます。ただいま紹介に預かりました学友会の総務部長の吉川と申します。本年、獨協大学は創立60周年を迎えました。この天の杯全日本大学生英語弁論大会も今回で59回ということで、大学とともに年輪を刻んできた伝統のある大会ということができると思います。継続が難しい時期もありましたが、それを乗り越えてこの大会を発展させてきた英語界の皆さんや OB、OG の方、今回はもちろん歴代の参加者の方々、参加者のご指導、ご支援に与えられてきた、方々のご尽力とご協力に敬意を表したいと思います。今、国際情勢に目を転じますと、現在各地で紛争が武力衝突化しており、解決の糸口がつかめない状況にあります。私は法学部で教鞭をとっておりますので、言論の自由というものを信じておりますし、The pen is mightier than sword。ペンは 剣よりも強しという格言も大切なものだと考えております。ここでいうペンに書いたものだけでなく、話された言葉、そういったものを含めて考えられるとすれば、今こそ弁論を含めた言論の力というのが期待される時期だと考えております。この会場は、通常参加者の皆さんが利用されている教室などとは違い、特殊な形状をしておりますが、今までイギリスの劇団を招いた、シェイクスピアの劇やバッハコレギアムジャパンによる演奏など、数々の素晴らしいパフォーマンスの舞台となってまいりました。本日は参加者の皆様がこれまでの鍛錬の成果をこの場で遺憾なく発揮されることを祈って挨拶に返させていただきます。
Thank you so much, Mr. Yoshikawa. Please wait a moment while we prepare for the return session.
Next, the Amano Trophy would be returned. Unfortunately, Ms. Lisa Yamamoto, the first prize winner of last year's contest, could not attend this contest today. So instead of her, Ms. Mito Kasugai would return it. Ms. Kasugai and Ms. Hara, would you come up to the stage, please? Thank you, Ms. Kasugai and Ms. Hara.
Now, speakers are going to leave this hall to prepare for the extemporaneous speech. Please stand up and give them a big hand. Please be seated. We will return the platform to its original state. Please wait a moment. Now, let us introduce today's distinguished judges. First, I'm going to introduce Mr. Ryota Sato. He received a master's degree in education at Hokkaido University and taught English presentations for years. He's also won several English speech contests during his college days. He has been working for Nippon Steel Corporation. He has been engaged in a wide range of works such as human resources, general affairs, and fuel procurement. He is currently working as a manager of the Metal and Alloy Procurement Division.
Next, I'm going to introduce Dr. Ryoichiro Kobayashi. PhD in Linguistics, Associate Professor of English and Linguistics at Tokyo University of Agriculture, Chief of the Speech Section at Sophia University ESS in 2012. He won 26 prizes in ESS speech contests, including J Cup, Todai Trophy, and Sophia Cup, among many others. He has judged over 40 university and high school student speech contests in his career. He combines his expertise in theoretical linguistics with his teaching of English.
Next, I'm going to introduce Ms. Miyuki Kobayashi. After graduating from university, she worked at KDDI for 15 years. She won the second prize in the All Japan Businessman's English Speech Contest in 1994. She's been teaching at several colleges and is also a translator and facilitator of self-esteem workshops. Her translations include Audio Guide to the Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, Tonoshui, and Beauty of Wow.
Next, I'm going to introduce Mr. Chao Huasca. He has a passion for speech, writing, and traditional jazz dance, winning honors in each, including placing first in the American Lindy Hop Championships in 2004 and the Toastmaster International All Japan Evaluation Speech Contest in 2011. Trained as a journalist, he teaches English literature, speech, debate, and writing, and is the proud father of 2 junior speakers. For the past 10 years, he has served as an elimination and final judge for numerous collegiate speech contests, such as Amano Trophy, Oki Cup, Varsity Trophy, President's Cup, Mikami Cup, and especially Williams Cup, and for national contests such as Golden Cup and Joy Cup.
Next, let us introduce ourselves. Today's timekeepers are Aoi Yamamoto. Hikaru Horio. Atamu Takahashi. Raisuke Kanazawa. Nagi Haga. and Koya Kira. We are today's masters of ceremony. Yuki Yamamoto, Tsubasa Takahashi, Rin Yasui, Wataru Akiyoshi, and Aya Jones. Next, let us introduce today's speakers. The first speaker is Mr. Keisuke Matsumoto from the University of Tokyo, ESS. The second speaker is Mr. Shinyo Cho from Waseda University, ESA. The third speaker is Ms. Aoi Hiramatsu from Tsuda University, ESS. The fourth speaker is Ms. Kaho Nakajima from Hosei University, ESS.
The fifth speaker is Ms. Sarah Ashida from the University of Tokyo, ESS. The sixth speaker is Ms. Nuro Queen from Hosei University, ESS. The seventh speaker is Ms. Mika Sugaya from Takasaki City University of Economics, ESS. The eighth speaker is Mr. Mikito Kishi from Tokyo University, ESS. Before beginning the first part, I'd like to explain the rules for this contest. The contest consists of two parts, the extemporaneous speech and the prepared speech. Extemporaneous speeches will be delivered in the first part of this contest. Prepared speeches will be delivered in the second part. Now, we will explain the rules of the extemporaneous speech. All speakers will be given three titles. First, social problem. Second, proverb. Third, picture. Picture is a unique topic which is used only in the Amano Trophy. If they choose a picture, they have to give a speech related to the picture. They choose one of the three topics and prepare their speeches within 15 minutes. The speakers are allowed to use their dictionaries during their preparation. During the speech, they can refer to their prepared notes, but they cannot read them as a manuscript.
The time limit for the extemporaneous speech is 4 minutes. 4 minutes. The timekeeper will show the time cards. 3 minutes left. 2 minutes left. 1 minute left. 30 seconds left. 15 seconds left. And then time is up. When 30 seconds remain before the time limit, the timekeeper will ring the bell once like this. When 15 seconds remain, the timekeeper will ring the bell twice like this. When a speech goes over 4.5 minutes, we will have to stop the speech. We will explain the rules of the prepared speech at the beginning of the second part. Thank you. The first speaker's speech will begin at 10:53. 10:53. Please wait for a while. ただいまよりエクステンポスピーチの準備時間となります。スピーチは10時53分、10時53分に始まりますので、10時50分までにご着席ください。 Now, the first speaker seems to be ready. The first speaker is Mr. Keisuke Matsumoto from the University of Tokyo, ESS. The given titles are A. Disaster Prevention. B. Hunger is the best sauce. C. This picture. And he has chosen A. Disaster Prevention. A. Disaster Prevention. Mr. Matsumoto, would you come up to the stage, please?
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies, distinguished judges, all the audience, and all the organizers. Good morning, everyone. Goodbye, Grandma and Grandpa. It was a great time seeing you today. It was the 1st of January this year at my grandparents' house in Ishikawa Prefecture. After leaving the house at around noon, we went to Kanazawa Station by car. And there, we were waiting for the bullet train to come to go back to Tokyo. Then, all of a sudden, boom, everything struck. Everything started shaking, and everyone was at a panic. It was the big earthquake at the 1st of January this year. I was at Kanazawa Station at that time. And it was my first time being in such a disaster. We are prone to be facing such disasters in our life. And today, I'd like to talk about how we can increase our awareness towards such disasters and how we can prevent it. I hope through my speech, you will gain some kind of awareness that will prevent you from being in such disasters. Well, before we start, let's define the word disaster here, because disasters, a natural disaster, we do not have the power to control it. It occurs at any time when we are at school, when we are at home, anywhere. We might be somewhere that we don't live, just like I wasn't. So in my speech, I define disaster as the disasters that may happen after such natural impacts. Well, why do I want to talk about this? Is because after such a big disaster, based on how we act, we can change how our lives will be after that. And our quality of life will decrease if we don't take the right ways. We may not get enough food. We might miss our opportunities to stay somewhere. However, I was able to book a hotel at the disaster when it happened because I was able to think after what may happen after the disaster. And so how did I get this motive to look for these informations? Well, actually, I study at the Department of Civil Engineering at my university, and I learn about how disasters may affect our life afterwards. So this learning at my school helped me to take fast actions to decrease our disaster and prevent what may happen afterwards. So what I want all you here is to learn what may happen after such disasters. Some may say that I've seen many information on TV and know what may happen. Also, you may say, I experienced the 9/11. No, not 9/11, the 3/11. And I know what may happen. But that is a long time ago. So please look for information yourself on the internet, what may happen, what are the practical disasters that may happen after such natural disasters, and prevent yourself from being stranded after such crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matsumoto. Now it's judging time.
Sorry, judges, time has come. Now, the second speaker is about to come this hall. Please wait for a moment. Now, the second speaker seems to be ready. The second speaker is Mr. Shinyo Cho from Waseda University, ESA. The given titles are A. Presidential election. B. Everything has its time. C. This picture. And he has chosen B. Everything has its time. B. Everything has its time. Mr. Cho, would you come up to the stage, please?
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies, distinguished judges, all the organizers and audiences. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Everything has its time, as long as you wait for it. Everything has its time. I heard of it. And I hated it. Because I'm a man who really likes immediate success. I hated waiting. And this proverb sounds like it's just for a person who wait for its moment, and it just sounds like a consolation for the losers. So I was part of the ES members, and I was part of the speech section members. In the 3 years of being in the ESS section, I felt I didn't really put much effort to it. I participated in some contests, but couldn't be really motivated to achieve more. You know, I hated waiting, and I hated it just making efforts. So when I turned 3rd grade, I thought that I want to quit the ESS. Because, you know, when you turn the 3rd grade, you will become really busy. Like there's some, you know, shukatsen, and my ESS section has a lot of works to do. And I really wanted to quit that because I didn't have the motivation to, you know, achieve more goals, to make more speeches, participate in more open contests, and held some contests for my ESS. I couldn't be really motivated for it. But when I talk with my friends that I want to quit, most of them, except the ESS members, most of them answer that, well, you should quit because you shouldn't put so much work for, you know, a circle. You just pay the circle fee and just work for it. You are really like a slave. No, I thought that makes sense. And I really wanted to quit it. But one of my friends, he's not even in the ESMS members, but he stopped me. He said, you should stop. You should stop thinking about quitting. Because when you think about quitting, all the thing you see is just, you know, really bad. You should just keep going. You should just keep going because there's only things that you will achieve only if you could just keep going. And I believed in his words because maybe somehow I really don't want to quit the ESS members. And at that time, and now, you know, I really loved join the contest and raising my kohai. And this is when I feel most fulfilled. So everything has its time, as long as you wait for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cho. Now it is judging time.
Now, the third speaker seems to be ready. The third speaker is Ms. Aoi Hiramatsu from Tsuda University ESS. The given titles are A. Bank of Japan. B. Sink or swim. C. This picture. And she has chosen B. Sink or swim. B. Sink or swim. Ms. Hiramatsu, would you come up to the stage, please?
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies, honorable judges, audience, and all the organizers. Hello, everyone. Sink or swim? What do you think of when you hear this phrase? In Japanese, this phrase means ichika bachika. For me, I think it teaches us a lot of important lessons. So today, I would like to talk about the importance of moving forward. First of all, imagine you are in a deep, dark sea. If you don't move, probably you would sink into the water. However, if you swim, you would not sink and can move forward. Now, let me tell you about my story. My original dream was to be a doctor. However, I failed the entrance exam, but during that deep, dark sea, I was just crying and just sinking into a deep darkness. However, after that, since I decided to enter the university, I started to study computer science, not just like medical things. And this was the biggest decision for me to enter the computer science field, because I didn't had any interest of it. But now I had a great chance to succeed in this field, since I take the chance to sink or swim. And also recently, I also had an offer from the company that I wanted to work. So from my experience, I would like you to suggest taking a first step, not just stop there. And so the next time you face the important decision in your life, and I would like all of you to suggest not just sinking into a deep darkness. And yeah, I hope from this speech, I hope all of you will see a bright, clear future by taking the first step, not just sinking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hiramatsu. Now it is judging time.
Now, the first speaker seems to be ready. The first speaker is Ms. Kaho Nakajima from Hosei University ESS. The given titles are A. ChatGPT, B. What's done is done, C. This picture, and she has chosen A. ChatGPT. A. ChatGPT. Ms. Nakajima, would you come up to the stage, please?
Thank you, Master of Ceremony and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. Before starting my speech, I talk about a little story. Do you know ChatGPT? I bet most of you know these words, and this is become the social phenomenon, right? That I always use ChatGPT for the making the assignment or making the job hunting ES, but there's some problem. Okay, so today I want to talk about how to get along with ChatGPT. And after my speech, I hope that more people can keep living and improving myself with AI, especially ChatGPT. So, what is the problem in this speech? The problem is by using ChatGPT that there are no our opinion, right? Now, for example, there some incorrect information, or sometimes it leaves my opposed opinion, right? So what happened after that? After that, your sentence could be not yours, and maybe it doesn't commit yourself, and it doesn't accept it by your interviewers or your teacher and your professor. And in the worst case, it maybe don't accept it. And in the case of the job hunting, even if your opinion was accepted, the result is not good for you, right? Now I'll share my experience. When I was first grade of my university, I always using ChatGPT, and all the sentence of questions flew into my ChatGPT. Then it was obvious that I couldn't make myself, and my senior discovered using ChatGPT. But one day, my mother told me in advice and try this method. After that, now I also using ChatGPT, but I can make my things with my thought. So why did this situation happen? Because we all sentence of question threw into the ChatGPT and don't tell my opinion to the ChatGPT. So today I'll tell my solution. This is to telling my opinion to ChatGPT. It's just some words, it's okay. For example, making the job hunting ES. For example, I want to be a consulting, and the good point is the environment. And the words interviewer says is the good for me, like that. That we need to tell some element for ChatGPT. And ask for some helping ask for helping and supporting to make some things. All you need to do is just tell my element to make done something. Ladies and gentlemen, now is time to do this solution. By doing this solution, your life will be better. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nakajima. Now it is judging time.
Sorry, judges. Thank you so much. Now, the fifth speaker seems to be ready. The fifth speaker is Ms. Sara Ashida from the University of Tokyo, ESS. The given titles are A. Olympic Games. B. The more one has, the more one wants. C. This picture. And she has chosen B. The more one has, the more one wants. B. The more one has, the more one wants. Ms. Ashida, would you come up to the stage, please?
Thank you to Master of the Ceremony, all the honorable judges, and the audiences. Good morning, everyone. If only I had better grades, I'll be happier. If only I had more friends, I bet I'll be more happy. For a while, my life has been riddled with if-onlys. But I've come to realize that the proverb, the more one has, the more one wants, is truly a problem in this modern society. And today, in my speech, I want to talk about ways to overcome this. To be grateful. Let me tell you a little story. In high school, I liked to achieve. I continued to challenge myself and told myself that my current unhappiness is because I haven't achieved enough. So I wanted better grades in math, a subject I wasn't good at. I achieved that. Then I wanted to become a leader for a group. I achieved that. But I realized that no matter how much I achieved, I still wanted more. I never truly felt happy, even though I know I had a lot. I just kept wanting more and more and more. A turning point was when my dad told me, "You'll never be happy if you just look at what you don't have." Yes, I realized that I kept looking at things I lacked rather than all the things I already had. So, what I started was to write 3 things I was grateful for at the end of the day in my diary, and I recommend all of you to do the same. These 3 things could be anything. For example, simple things like I ate lunch with my friends or I got an A on this test. By looking back on the day and thinking about all the happy things and all the things you're grateful for, you can be grateful for what you have and be happy with the life you have right now. Now, some of you may say that it's important to be ambitious, and I agree with that. It's important to want something to an extent. But at the same time, I also think that in the age of social media, our life has turned into focusing on wanting. I want the same car as she does. I want to go on trips, the same trips as she goes to. I want their life. And our life has just been focused on wanting and not really realizing all the things that we have in our life that we take for granted. So, the proverb, the more one wants, the more one has, the more one wants, is truly something that should be remembered more than ever now. Like me, if you have an excessive desire for wanting something, you will keep wanting and you'll never be satisfied, which will lead to an unhappy life. And it will keep plaguing you. And until you realize that, you will continue to be unhappy. So everyone, today, after you go back to your home, maybe consider the 3 grateful things you had in today's life. Maybe it's judging the competition or talking about your speech today. Whatever you write, I believe that by focusing on what you have today, you'll lead a more happier, fulfilling life. Thank you so much.
Could you return to your seat, please? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Ashida. Now it is judging time.
Now, the sixth speaker seems to be ready. The sixth speaker is Miss Nulu Queen from Hosei University ESS. The given titles are A. Over tourism. B. A good beginning makes a good ending. C. This picture. And she has chosen C. This picture. C. This picture. Miss Lu, would you come up to the stage, please?
Thank you, Masters of Ceremony and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. Education. What do you imagine when you hear this word? Is it all about learning subject? I think no. So today, I would like to talk about the importance of communication in education. After my speech, I hope all children can learn not only subject, but also how to communicate with other people and be a member of this society. So, first of all, what is the problem? The problem is children don't have time to communicate with teacher because of AI or electric device. If this situation continue, when they graduate, they don't know how to build relationship with others. How can they make use of academic skills without communication skills? Now, let me share my experience. Before, my brother told me he didn't know how to communicate with teachers, and he was hesitant to ask questions. And I was so sad that he felt awkward to communicate with teachers. So why the children lack communication skills? It is because we use electronic devices too much. So let me show you one suggestion. Let's introduce conversation time. I suggest don't use electronic devices too much, but rather than that, have discussion time while class, or let the children ask questions directly with teachers. By doing so, children can get skills, not only subject, but also communication skills. And if you are not teacher, you can make time for children to communicate. For example, have time to take meal together, or just conversation like daily talking. You can do this solution as parents, or as siblings, or as just friends of children. So, like the picture of teacher and children, communication is important. Communication, by getting communication skills, children can make use of academic skills. So it's really important. So let's make conversation time for children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Liu. Now it is judging time.
Now, the seventh speaker seems to be ready. The seventh speaker is Ms. Mika Sugaya from Takasaki City University of Economics, ESS. The given titles are A. Virtual reality. B. No news is good news. C. This picture. And she has chosen C. This picture. C. This picture. Ms. Sugaya, would you come up to the stage, please?
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I have a quick question. Do you guys like kids? You know, when I saw this picture, I didn't watch the mother or the father. I found a child in the mother's tummy. And luckily, I am studying about child in my university now, like their surroundings when they're very young. And honestly, I don't like kids because they're a little annoying. And also, I'm learning in my university that talking with a child means a lot to the child's future. So I know that, so I need to take a lot of care, and they're annoying, so I don't like kids. But I am really worried about the kids living now because I know that, you know, everybody experienced the childhood, and everybody knows that a young kid also has opinions. And the atmosphere of the kids really affects them. And I think now Japan's atmospheres for the parent has the most influence to the child. And the surrounding for the parents is bad now. So that bad surrounding also affects the child. So my solution today is I want everyone to change your mind about parenting. You know, in Japan's parenting, the dad parenting is really low. I think everybody knows about that. And already, we always think when the father is parenting, we think, oh, he's a good father. But if the mother is parenting, we think, oh, she's just a mother. What is this difference, guys? They're all both parents. It's not because mother, if you're a woman, we're good at cooking. No, we're not. I'm not. If you're a dad, you have a physical tough. There's a dad who's not good at physical stuffs. So I don't want everybody not to like split the parenting stuff. It's together. So in America, it's very easy to get a paternity leave called ikuku in English. In Japanese. And so I think this is because the surrounding knows that there's nobody else who can take care of their kids, but there is somebody who can take care about their job. So we need to think that there is nobody who can be a parent, but we can do what they need to do, like their jobs or their duties at their working place. So we need to help them. Even though we don't have kids, we need to help them too. And we need to change the surrounding, and we need to change the mindset of thinking that mother needs to do the parenting. So if we change our mindset, I think the dad and mom will be easy to take the paternity leave, and the depression of the mother will decrease, and dad and mom will have more fun of parenting, and the kid will have fun too. I think if the mom and dad have a room for their heart, they will have room for their kids, and the kids will have fun. And I told you in the first, kids do feel a lot too. And if we want to raise good child, you know, like me, we should give them a good example of parenting too. I had a good example of my dad and mom too, so I want everyone to give them a good example of their mom and dad also, and a good example of the environment. I saw the good environment in America, so I have this thinking. So I want everyone to change the atmosphere and give them a good example. And a good environment makes good kids, and a good kids makes a good, a world. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sugaya. Now it is judging time.
Now, the eighth speaker seems to be ready. The eighth speaker is Mr. Mikto Kishi from Tokyo University ESS. The given titles are A. New Bill, B. Face will move mountains, C. This picture, and he has chosen C. This picture, C. This picture. Mr. Kishi, would you come up to the stage, please?
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, distinguished judges, and organizers. Good afternoon, everyone. Everyone, please look at this picture. When I look at this picture, it reminds me the times when I was a child. Mom and father, please do takai takai. I want to run, I want to jump. When I was a child, I follow my excitement. I follow my heart. That's the end of the story. Today, I'm giving this speech because through this picture and from my experience, I realized the importance of following your heart. So I like to spend another 7 minutes talking about the importance of follow what excites you. This topic links to everyone. That's because some people might fear, oh, my life is bored or something like that. So after listening to my speech, I hope that my speech become your spice in your life. The reason why I thought following your heart is crucial because it means realizing true ourselves. Let me explain it by my personal experience. Now, I'm giving a speech now. I really like speech. This is my happiness because I can express myself in front of everyone. So this example highlights following your heart, realize true yourself. But some people might feel, isn't it difficult to find what excites you, right? So I have one suggestion. It's not difficult. It's go to the library and collect a lot of information. This method is quite effective because through a lot of information, we can discover what excites us. For instance, last year, I went to the library and I find one book. It was about Germany. So it was so interesting because I learned English and it was interesting to know the difference between English and Germany. For instance, Guten Tag, ich heiße Mikto, like this. Following this suggestion will surely bring you a great advantage because we try to know more about it and we can change our life more much fun. In the end, if you feel bored in your life, why not start following your heart, like this picture's children? I know it's not easy. However, today is the first day of your rest of your life. Now is the time to change your perspectives. How can we do that? That is by reading a lot of books. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kishi. Now it is judging time. All the speakers have delivered their extemporaneous speeches. Now, the distinguished judges are going to leave this hall. Please stand up and give them a big hand. Next, all speakers are going to leave this hall. Please give them a big hand. Please be seated.
Everyone, we would like to have an intermission. After this intermission, the prepared speech will begin at 1:05. 1:05. So please be ready by 1. Please be ready by 1. For lunch, please use the following spaces. The Style Cafe, which is located in the first floor of this building. The free space A303. A303, which is called seminar space. Free space with vending machines, which is located in front of the room A305. Thank you. ただいまより休憩がございます。休憩後、プリペアドスピーチが13時5分から始まりますので、13時までにご着席ください。なお、会場内でのご飲食はご遠慮願います。ご昼食の際には、本館1階にありますスタイルカフェ、3階の A303 のフリースペース、A305 教室の目の前にありますフリースペースをご利用ください。なお、空き教室のご利用はお控えください。ぜひご利用ください。
Everyone, the prepared speech will begin in 5 minutes. Thank you. 5分後、プレペアドスピーチが始まりますので、皆様、ご着席ください。
Everyone, it is time to start the prepared speech. Now, the speakers are going to enter this hall. Please stand up and welcome them with a big hand. Next, the distinguished judges are going to enter this hall. Please welcome them with a big hand. Sorry, the distinguished judges are about to enter this hall. Please wait for a moment. Now, the distinguished judges are going to enter this hall. Please welcome them with a big hand. Please be seated.
Before starting the prepared speech, I will explain the rules of it. The time limit for the prepared speech is 8 minutes. 8 minutes. The timekeeper will show the time cards. 3 minutes left. 2 minutes left. 1 minute left. 30 seconds. 15 seconds left. And then time is up. When 13 seconds remain before the time limit, the timekeeper will ring the bell once like this. When 15 seconds remain, the timekeeper will ring the bell twice like this. If the speaker exceeds 8 minutes, he or she loses 1 point every 2 seconds.
Now, the first speaker seems to be ready. The first speaker is Mr. Keisuke Matsumoto from the University of Tokyo, ESS. The title of his speech is Not the Ruler, but the Supporter. Not the Ruler, but the Supporter. Mr. Matsumoto, would you come up to the stage, please?
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies, distinguished judges, all the audience, and all the organizers. Good afternoon, everyone. The night before the Tolaikai elimination, I will never forget that day. Was I nervous about my speech? No. It was the worst day because we were preparing all night for Elimination Cup. Finally finished making the MC script. Now it's time to start making the cassages. After 3 hours of hard work and finally relaxing, a sudden realization. Wait, we haven't made the opening movie yet. I was the chairperson and was in charge of arranging the contest. However, I couldn't bring the team members together when preparing for it. Our team was a very unproductive group of independent individuals. You may have experiences where your team members are not working proactively and not making progress. Well, today, I am standing here to guide your team out of such situations and transform it into a much productive one, based on my experience. After all, true leadership isn't about control. It's about shared vision, empowerment, and fostering an environment where every voice is heard and valued. This speech is not only for future leaders, but for each one of you, since we are inevitably integrated in various teams in our society. Regretting that I could have been a better chairperson, the school semester began. I participated in a program conducted in English aimed at training global leaders. What an exciting program, isn't it? I went to the first class with excitement and was ready for the fulfilling semester. However, what I experienced there was far from unexpected. The classes were not well organized, and we were at a loss for what we were doing. There was this sort of atmosphere, a weird atmosphere, that spoiled our enthusiasm. And by the next week, there were fewer students in the classroom. Some had quit the program. What I was expecting was a more active and exciting program, like the one I joined in the previous semester, aimed at training students to become entrepreneurs using deep tech. The classes were well organized. Mentors and TAs gave us precise advice, and we were able to understand the expectations. Students had high motivation and came up with innovative ideas. Most students continue the program, and indeed, it has given birth to several venture companies. Comparing these two programs, I realized what the problem was. Whether the program was attractive or not depended on our alignment with the leader's vision. As a participant, I realized that everyone shared the same vision in the deep tech program, while the leader's vision was not shared in the English program. The leader of the deep tech program was more like an advisor. He facilitated the classes, but had other mentors and TAs play a big role as well, which was possible since the vision was shared. Therefore, we students also understood the vision and put effort into assignments. The program as a whole was a very productive team. Unlike that, the leader of the English program was a dominant leader. Not understanding expectations, mentors and TAs were not working proactively and seemed to have no passion. Therefore, we students also lost our passion and were not working proactively. Innovative ideas were not made. And there I realized that I was being a dominant leader. We were preparing all night for Elimination Cup. I had my ideas when I was the chairperson of Elimination Cup, but I didn't share my ideas with my team members. Not only that, but they also didn't get a chance to state their opinions. Therefore, they lost their passion, and I ended up doing most of the preparation, only to notice the night before that I couldn't manage to do it all by myself. From that point, I changed how I behave as a leader. My next role as a leader was a chairperson of the Todai Cup. Learning from experience, I first shared my vision with my team members. Then, I had them break up into sections and had them work things out themselves. In other words, I empower them. Also, I made sure that they got a chance to state their opinions and fostered a culture of autonomy. I wasn't the ruler, but the supporter of the team. It brought back passion to the members, and they started to work practically, and innovative ideas were made. At last, our team was able to organize a contest way beyond my expectations. The pamphlet, the movie, the cassages, the Instagram posts, everything was at a high level, which surely couldn't have been done if I was a dominant leader. Although I am still improving as a leader, I have some advice based on my experience. Future leaders, first, don't forget to share your opinion, share your vision with your team members, or else they will have no clue how to contribute to the team. Also, make sure that you let them make decisions. You need your team members to work practically, which is possible only when they have the passion. Also, make sure that they get a chance to state their opinions and foster a culture of autonomy. Be a supporter and not a ruler. Future practice team members, this topic is relevant to you too, since you are the only one who can transform a team with no ambition. Unfortunately, leaders tend to overlook the negative situations in a group, just like I didn't when I was the chairperson of the Todai Cup. Don't stick to the situation, although you feel something is weird. Speak up, ask the leader what his or her vision is, and start working practically. So whether you are a future leader or a future practice team member, remember, the power to create an innovative team lies within each of us. Together, let's build a future where every voice is heard, every idea is valued, and every team thrives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matsumoto. Now it is time for questions and answers. Mr. Sato, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Matsumoto, for sharing us your personal experience. So, are you nervous? You're the first speaker, okay?
Yeah, I am. I was actually the first speaker in a previous contest too. And yeah, I'm kind of like sort of getting used to being the first speaker.
So shall we begin with the easier question? So first of all, what is deep tech in your speech? I'm not sure the meaning of deep tech.
Okay, so sorry, I actually didn't really specify what deep tech really is. So deep tech is like technologies that maybe like professors in universities have and are researching about it, but are not applied to the social, where like it can help, like some technologies can be useful for like making some kind of new ideas. And so those are like kind of hidden. So we call those deep tech. And so in the program, we were supposed to go to classes, go to professors, ask about their technologies and think about how we can apply it to the world, yeah.
Okay, crystal clear, thank you. So next question. You have mentioned about the team. Team is a keyword in your speech, right?
Team, yeah.
Yeah, and there are a variety of teams. For example, a company led by a CEO, or a nation led by a president, or even a small group in a company or in schools. Mm-hmm. So my question is, in your speech, what kind of team do you particularly talk about?
So my experience was based on a team in my university where it was led by just students. So it was more like a student, since it was a student-led, we had to have someone who takes initiative and work things out. But I believe any group is basically the same structured way, where there's someone who has to lead everyone. So it can be any group from like a nation or a big company or whatever. Just a leader has to be a supporter. Yeah.
Okay, any group. Okay,
yep.
I understand. So you are also talking about a leader, not only a team, but also a leader. So could you give us an example of a good leader of a nation?
A good leader of a nation. So like specific, like someone.
Yeah, for example, Xi Jinping is which kind, or Putin is which kind, Ishiba is which kind, and who is the good leader?
So okay, we have the election going on today. Well, let me bring up Barack Obama, I guess, because I used to be in the States when he was elected, and he brought like new ideas where like he brought new ideas, and the phrase "yes we can" was like a really viral word that put the nation together. And so he was, I think, a good leader where he wasn't really dominated, I guess. He was supported to any kind of people. So I think he is a good example of a supporter as one of the biggest leaders there is in this planet. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sato and Mr. Matsumoto. Now it is judging time.
Now, the second speaker seems to be ready. The second speaker is Mr. Shinyo Cho from Waseda University, ESA. The title of his speech is Belong to Nowhere, Belong to Anywhere, Belong to Nowhere, Belong to Anywhere. Mr. Cho, would you come up to the stage, please?
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies, distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. Where are you from? Have you ever thought deeply about this question? For many, it's simple. One word and that's it. But for me, it was a question that had haunted me for years. I was born in China in 2003 and moved to Japan when I was 6. When I was younger, I confidently answered China whenever asked. But as I grew older, that confidence began to waver. I'm a third culture kid, or TCK. This concept was introduced by sociologist Ruth Uzim to describe children like me, those who grow up in cultures different from their parents. These children often struggle with identity confusion, leading to feelings of isolation and a challenge of belonging to any one culture. So in this speech, I want to share with you how we can support TCKs in finding where they belong. Identity crises are common among TCKs. They spend life in multiple cultures, so they struggle to find stable cultural identity. Research shows that lacking a clear cultural identity can lead to social and emotional challenges, especially children in their adolescence will face severe loneliness. Moreover, it may damage their relations with their parents as they try to deny the original culture. I've seen many Chinese TCKs refuse to speak Chinese even at home and eventually try to forget it. For the longest time, I also didn't feel truly at home anywhere. Sure, I was born in China and held a Chinese passport, but I grew up almost entirely in Japan. My personality carries traits from both cultures. My mother often mentions how Japanese I've become, especially when I meticulously use a kitchen timer to cook something. On the other hand, my friends sometimes make fun of my Chinese accent, which makes me realize I'm deeply rooted in China. But it was confusing. I felt I was neither fully Chinese nor Japanese. I felt I belonged to nowhere. With globalization, there are now around 230 million TCKs worldwide, and the number is still growing. As Japan becomes more connected to the world, we'll meet more TCKs here. According to the Ministry of Justice, over the past decade, the number of foreign immigrants in Japan has nearly doubled. So that means each of us, each of you has the responsibility to interact with and support them to navigate their cultural identity. For me, the turning point was entering university and meet others with similar backgrounds. For the first time, I realized that I wasn't alone. And this connection with other TCKs helped me find a piece of my identity. So, Dr. Padak, a leading TCK researcher, also emphasizes that TCKs can find a sense of belonging with those who have similar backgrounds. Therefore, to support TCKs in Japan, the government should establish public international schools accessible for all TCKs and for all families. Although most international schools are private, in countries like Singapore and Germany, some of those schools are also government operated. They are funded by the local government and the tuition is not expensive. Historically, Japan hasn't prioritized these schools since the citizens are homogeneous. But as the number of TCKs grows, we need such public international schools where TCKs can connect with peers who understand their struggles. So, what can you do to help TCKs? When you have the chance to talk with TCKs, encourage them to embrace their diverse background. And don't push them to choose one culture over another. Celebrate their unique perspectives and their strengths that come from their multicultural upbringing, like their language ability, their high adaptability, and their understanding of various cultures. And by doing this, you can help them see their backgrounds as an asset, not a source of confusion. Also, there's a key point to remember when communicating with TCKs. Avoid stereotypes. It's not the question, where are you from, that I fear, but the stereotypical assumptions that often follow. I often hear people say, "Oh, you're Chinese, so you must be good at math." Actually, no. I even failed my math class last semester. Some said, "You must be able to drink a lot of alcohol." Well, no. And then there's, "Do you eat dumplings every day?" Well, that one is kind of true. My family does love dumplings. But when faced with these stereotypes, I feel like I'm representing 1.4 billion Chinese citizens instead of just being myself. It feels like I'm being categorized as Chinese, and the message is you and I are not the same. This is when I feel most alone. Instead of asking such stereotyped questions, ask about our personal experiences, like, how did you feel when first moved to Japan? Or, was it difficult to learn a new language? Most of us are happy to share our stories, and these questions also help us reflect on our experiences. As TCKs, we often face a tough journey during our adolescence. The solutions I've shared won't completely solve these challenges, and ultimately, we must find the answers by ourselves. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. But after years of communicating with others and reflecting on myself, I did find my answer to the question. So, where are you from? When you ask me this question, you're going to hear a little bit long explanation. I was born in China, raised in Japan, speaking both tongues as best as I can. I'm from China, and I'm from Japan. And now I know it's right, because I belong to nowhere, yet I belong to anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cho. Now it is time for questions and answers. Mr. Sato, please.
Okay, thank you, Cho-san, for sharing us your opinion. First, simple question. How many immigrants are there in Japan?
You
mentioned the number has been doubled.
I forgot the exact number, but I saw it was about 100,000. I didn't really know. Sorry.
Okay, that's enough. So next, why public international schools are operated in Singapore and Germany?
They're just like the normal public school, but there are, a lot of the teachers from diverse cultures, like the teachers who can speak English and the teachers who can speak Chinese, and they have a lot of teachers, and the support system was also really good. And in those schools, the students not only can learn about English, but can learn about the local cultures and languages, something like that.
Okay, thank you. So next, you said that the government should build a public international school in Japan. So my question is, where do you think the government should build public schools? Only in Tokyo, or we should build somewhere local areas?
I think in the beginning, we should first build such schools in Tokyo and Yokohama and Osaka and Kobe, some places like that, some big cities where there's a lot of foreign immigrants and TCKs. So when it is successful, the government could move it to other cities, but not local areas, because only in cities, I think, the government will have the meaning, because there are a lot of TCKs.
Okay, this will be the last question. My question is, do you think how can the government train the teachers of such public international schools?
Well, the government. Well, I think to teach the Japanese teachers to learn like English or other cultures is very difficult. So instead of educating the teachers, it is necessary though, but it is more necessary to hire the foreign teachers from abroad, because educating the teachers to meet a level that can teach the TCKs is really costly and really takes a lot of time. So instead of doing that, we just hire the teachers from abroad or hire the teachers who originally has the roots of other cultures.
So you mean ordinary Japanese teacher is not enough?
I think, well...
I have a teaching certificate, so here's my question.
Well, I think there are not enough experiences for the government to teach the teachers to, teach the TCKs. So I hope and I believe the government will make some measures to improve the teachers, their ability. But now...
Sorry, time has come.
Yes, I think we just hire the teachers. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sato and Mr. Cho. Now it is discussion time.
Now, the third speaker seems to be ready. The third speaker is Ms. Aoi Hiramatsu from Tsuda University, ESS. The title of her speech is, Who is the main character of your life? Who is the main character of your life? Ms. Hiramatsu, would you come up to the stage, please?
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies, honorable judges, audience, and all the organizers. Hello, everyone. Let's keep going to a brighter future. This was one of the phrases in my very first speech I wrote as a freshman. By delivering this speech, I tried to be a hero for those who suffered from their biggest failure. In addition, I had always believed that if I kept going, a brighter future would await me. However, along the way, I hit a big wall, something I call an inferiority complex. My journey in speech was not always easy. I often felt inferior to my fellow ESS members. Many of them had successfully passed so many open speech contests, but I hadn't. Indeed, I was glad to hear that they passed the contest, but at the same time, I felt like I had nothing. I felt worthless, like I had lost my own way. First of all, what exactly is an inferiority complex? In the speech, I define it as a state that causes pain when comparing yourself to others in the same field. Today, I would like to share how to heal from this feeling. I hope this speech will be a guide for everyone to keep going on a long journey of their own life. Last summer, I was tormented by these negative thoughts. No matter how hard I try, I'll never pass the open speech contest like my talented peers. I'm way too far from them. I thought that way countless times, sinking deeper into despair. A voice inside me also whispered, "You are not enough. Your efforts aren't enough. You are a failure as a speaker." My eyes were filled with tears and I couldn't do anything. I even avoided trying out for some contests because I thought I wasn't good enough to be on the same stage. It felt like being stuck at the bottom of the valley, always looking up at how high others had climbed. Eventually, I began to think about leaving this wonderful speech community. Then, why do we tend to compare ourselves to others? The reason is that we define our values based on the results or achievements, which are generally validated by a third party. If we compare ourselves to others based on our results and then feel inferior, this means that we are living in others' points of view. From elementary school to high school, I was always required to get good grades. If I couldn't be the best in school, I felt like I had nothing in me. I compared myself to others based on the results. It is true that the results or achievements can be a guideline when we distinguish people by their capability or potential. However, this led me to have fixed thoughts when valuing myself, and I was living in others' points of view, not in a first-person sight. During my depression, I visited my parents' home and took some time to rest. One day, while in the bathroom, I found a book that helped me to climb up from the bottom of the valley. It was a book by Tempu Nakamura, a philosopher. In this book, I learned about the concept of positive spirit. In Japanese, sekkyoku seishin. This idea emphasizes living with positive emotions such as happiness or enjoyment. And how we achieve this state depends on how we approach ourselves. After reading this book, I had a strong feeling that I must take some actions to change from within. As a result, this became the turning point for me to break free from the vicious cycle caused by inferiority. Through trial and error, I reached a simple habit that anyone can start from today before going to bed. I call it the FPS method, which stands for F, find, P, praise, and S, sleep. This method helps us improve our self-esteem and take better care of ourselves. Now, let's go over them step by step. First, find. At the end of each day, reflect the day and find something you did or achieved. From the morning to night, you might have done a lot of things through the day. What you did could be anything, like getting up early or finishing all the tasks you planned. It doesn't have to be a big accomplishment. Small successes or happy moments count too. Next, praise. Praise yourself for what you found. Just say great or well done to yourself. Doing this triggers a positive response in your brain, releasing dopamine and serotonin, which are hormones that make us feel happy and keep our minds healthy. And finally, sleep. Go to sleep with a positive state you've created through the find and praise steps. Martin Seligman, an American psychologist, found in his research that going to bed in a positive state can reduce depression and increase happiness. He also showed that this effect can last for 6 months after doing the method for just a week. The beauty of the FBS method is in its simplicity. It doesn't require any major life changes, but over time, it shifts your focus from negative thoughts and comparison to positive reflections on your own achievements. I even asked about 20 people around me to try this method, and nearly all of them reported the improvement in their ability to focus on the good things in their daily life. For me, this FBS method has been life-changing, and I can now live my own life in FBS, which also means first-person sight. This method helped me make a habit of finding the good things in my daily life. Gradually, my self-esteem grew and I became more confident in myself. With this confidence, I stopped comparing myself to others and realized that I am the main character of my life. Even when I didn't do well in tests or didn't get results in some contests, I took it as my personal growth and kept making efforts. My mindset has completely changed, not being influenced by the surrounding factors. Remember, find, praise, and sleep. This is the method to live your own life in first-person sight. No matter how tough reality gets or how lost you feel, you are still the main character of your life. The only person who can change your story is yourself. So why don't we move forward with this FBS method? Let's make our own story brighter and keep going to a long journey of our own life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hiramatsu. Now it is time for questions and answers. Mr. Sato, please.
Okay, thank you, Hiramatsu-san, for sharing us an original idea. So first, could you tell us more about the book written by Tempu Nakamura?
Okay. It is the book I read, it was the name was Ichinichi Ichiwa Nakamura Tempu. It was kind of like that. And every day you can read the words that Mr. Tempu said, and it really inspires us to live in a positive emotion. So that is like a brief explanation for the book.
Okay, I will try it. Thank you. So next, I know that unfortunately you couldn't pass some of the elimination round of speech contest. So my question is, could you tell us how you keep your motivation to make speeches?
First of all, the reason why I started making speech like this was to change people's minds, their way of thinking by my speech, and also I wanted to share my own ideas to many people. So from that, the reason why I can move, I can keep making my speech is I have the strong positive reason for moving forward. So that is the main reason why I could keep.
Okay, thank you. So next, imagine the situation. You find your pronunciation is improved and praise yourself and sleep. Now your self-esteem will grow, but unfortunately you can't pass the elimination round of speech contests. In that situation, now are you happy with the situation?
Yeah, well, I think I would be a little bit, honestly, I will be a little bit be kind of sad for a moment, but I would praise myself for challenging the in the elimination cup, and I would think positive for me that I I would take it as a positive thing, because I challenged something new for me. So that is the reason. That is how I would think when I couldn't pass the elimination count.
Oh, so I feel like that your core message of this speech is be positive, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's crystal clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Sato and Ms. Hiramatsu. Now it is judging time.
Now, the fourth speaker seems to be ready. The fourth speaker is Ms. Kaho Nakajima from Hosei University, ESS. The title of her speech is Don't Be a Killer, Be a Sympathizer. Don't be a killer, be a sympathizer. Ms. Nakajima, would you come up to the stage, please?
Thank you, Master of Ceremony and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. School lunch at elementary school. Everyone is eating delicious-looking desserts. Today's dessert is strawberries. Oh, that looks delicious! One of the students exclaimed. And then students began to gather around him, except me. Why? Because I have food allergies. Do you really understand food allergies? What are the symptoms? What should I do if I have symptoms? These days, many schools have increasingly integrated education on important social issues such as LGBTQ awareness. But why are not food allergies included? Today, I want everyone with or without food allergies to understand the dangers of allergies and to practice food allergy education. And I hope someday my speech will help to make an inclusive and diverse world. In other words, I would like to see a safe environment for all people to participate including those with food allergies. Here is fun fact. Food allergies can develop in adults, you know? I'm not kidding. It can occur even in adults, and it can be a problem for everyone. For example, some of you may have recently developed hay fever, right? The president of the Japan Allergy Society said food allergies are increasingly being caused by hay fever. Thus, there is a chance you or your significant partner will be just like me tomorrow. Therefore, food allergies are a problem for everyone, not just those who have food allergies now. The problem I want to focus on now is the gap between those who have food allergies and those who do not. People with allergies know how dangerous it can be to be affected. On the other hand, people without allergies tend to underestimate the dangers. I believe the lack of allergy education in schools has led to this problem. In fact, according to a survey on food allergy awareness conducted by Yasuko Nakagawa and Ayako Miura, 54% of elementary school students and 67% of college students lack awareness about food allergies. It means more than half of them do not understand well about food allergies. And these people can be not sympathizers, but killers. In my speech, killer means unintentional serious harm during a meal. Now, I'll share my experience. I have had food allergies since I was a little girl. My friend Cam knew something about this, but did not completely understand. We went on an elementary school field trip. Cam shared his lunch with me. There was flour in it that I couldn't eat, but I ate it. Then my whole body started itch, my breathing became labored, and when I came to, I passed out and collapsed. The teacher called an ambulance and got me to the hospital. Fortunately, it didn't lead to any serious injuries. However, it was a very scary experience for me and my friends. As I said before, people who don't know deeply about food allergies may unknowingly become killers. There is nothing sadder than that. Furthermore, it may remain as a deep trauma in the heart of the people, such as my friend Cam. I have stated the cause of this current problem is a lack of allergy education. So, why is food allergies not being highlighted in educational setting? In fact, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technologies has published guidelines for teaching food allergies. However, it only specifies how to provide guidance to students with allergies, their families, and school personnel, but does not specifically address how to approach students who do not have food allergies. That means education for educators has not kept pace with education for students. This leads me to believe an environment in which food allergy education is provided to students should be created and formally integrated into the curriculum as soon as possible. For example, in the lower grade during a moral education and in the upper grade during the home economics combined with cooking class. However, it would take too long for the government to implement this. Therefore, I would like to present to you the first step that we can take to raise allergy awareness. That is, to take allergy education into our own hands. You might think, isn't this obvious? But understanding and awareness can be a matter of life and death. I will show you the method, so listen carefully. Firstly, people who have food allergies need to be an allergy educator. Create an opportunity for communication, acceptance, and understanding. For example, when you go out to eat with friends, make it clear that you have food allergies. The purpose of educators is to create the turning point for people to become interested in food allergies. Once they are interested, please share your experience with them. Secondly, people who do not have food allergies need to listen to those who have food allergies and ask questions. Is there anything else you cannot eat? Everyone's situation is different. Therefore, ask anything you don't know or worry about as much as you can. Please remember, even people who are not allergic may unknowingly become killers due to lack of knowledge. The effect is created when both allergic and non-allergic person to practice it. In fact, my friend Ken had changed. After practicing the solution, his awareness has improved, and he confirms, Kaho, can you eat this? And he checks with me. Small changes can be made this way. Food is meant to nourish and bring joy, not to cause harm. By working together and understanding each other's needs, we can create a world where everyone, with or without food allergies, can safely enjoy a meal. Let's be a sympathizer and make an inclusive and diverse world together. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nakajima. Now it is time for questions and answers. Mr. Sato, please.
Okay, thank you, Nakajima-san, for sharing us your personal experience. So first, we would like to know more. We'd like to understand more about food allergies.
Yeah.
So could you tell us any other example of foods that you can't eat?
Okay, when I was children, I can't eat the eggs or beans and milk and the flour. And now I can't eat some vegetable and fruits and some fish.
Okay, crystal clear. So next, when I listened to your speech, I felt that self-protection is also important for those who have allergies. So do you have any ideas to protect themselves, not to eat what they can't eat?
Okay, so the people who have allergies need to protect by checking the label on the back on the some snacks or so, or if the person have the heavy symptoms, the people need to have the EpiPen. Do you know EpiPen? This is the medicine that shot into the body and calm down our symptoms. So people need to solve. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So why do you think food allergy education is not implemented into compulsory education in Japan?
Okay, so I searched, and my mother is working at the educational as a teacher. So I asked her that in elementary school how to approach to the food allergy education. But then my mother told there nothing, or they are just a little bit about the exist of food allergies. And in the education, the how symptom is happen after eating, or the how many person will die by the eating the allergy ingredients or so is not taught in education. This is a real.
So why such education is not enough in Japan? We'd like to know the reason.
The reason. The reason is that also my mother said the system of educate for student is not clear. Because the teacher also don't know about food allergies completely. So now the education for teacher is started. So maybe next some years maybe food allergy education is exist, but now is nothing by these reasons.
So you mean the teacher education is not so high level in Japan?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sato and Ms. Nakashima. Now it is judging time.
The half of the speakers have delivered their prepared speeches. Now, the distinguished judges are going to leave this hall. Please stand up and give them a big hand. Please be seated.
Everyone, we'd like to have a short recess. After this recess, we will resume the prepared speech from the fifth speaker. Please be ready by 2:30. 2:30. Thank you. ただいまより休憩がございます。休憩後、プリペアドスピーチを再開いたしますので、14時30分、14時30分までにご着席ください。
Everyone, we will resume the prepared speech in 5 minutes. Please go back to your seats. Thank you. 5分後、プリペアドスピーチを再開いたします。皆様ご着席ください。
Now, let us start the second half of the prepared speech. The distinguished judges are going to enter this hall. Please stand up and welcome them with a big hand. Please be seated.
Now, the fifth speaker seems to be ready. The fifth speaker is Ms. Sarah Ashida from the University of Tokyo, ESS. The title of her speech is From One-Dimensional to Three-Dimensional. From One-Dimensional to Three-Dimensional. Ms. Ashida, would you come up to the stage, please?
Thank you to Master of the Ceremony, honorable judges, and all the audiences. Good afternoon, everyone. January 6th Capitol attack. Heated debates. Extreme. To be completely transparent, these are the images I often harbored towards Donald Trump supporters. It's not as if I had any personal interactions with people who align with Mr. Trump, but from the countless videos, articles, social media posts I've seen, a set, one-dimensional image has been formed in my mind. It wasn't until one interaction that I had that changed my perspective about Trump supporters and other stereotypes I held within me. So today, I would like to talk about the unconscious stereotypes we all hold towards people with different ideas, backgrounds, and beliefs as us. Furthermore, I would like to talk about how to address these stereotypes and create a more open-minded self so we can start seeing people as not one-dimensional, but three-dimensional. I work as an English tour guide at the Tsukiji Fish Market, and I meet people from all walks of life and all around the world. Out of all the tours, though, one particular interaction remains etched in my mind. On this particular tour, I was guiding a group from the Midwest US. They were so kind and respectful, engaging in conversations about Japanese cuisine and culture. However, halfway through the tour, they revealed that they were avid Trump supporters and started discussing some of his policies. At that moment, I felt a great sense of ambivalence. Though I still disagreed with the policies they talked about, I also didn't associate them with terms like extreme anymore. I started to see the group as three-dimensional. People with different beliefs as me, but nevertheless are kind, funny, and curious. Yes, I realized that I was categorizing Trump supporters with a set image, and I was seeing them as one-dimensional people. This phenomenon of being hostile towards people who are different from you is quite common in all of us, I think, and it's backed by psychology. The social identity theory, first proposed by Typho and Turner, suggests that we tend to make a distinction between in-groups, groups we identify with, and out-groups, groups which we do not belong. These distinctions could be anything from political views, race, and even favorite TV shows. Simply put, we like to think of ourselves as us versus them. This means that we tend to act more favorably towards our fellow in-group members while being more hostile towards our out-group members. This has worsened in recent years, especially in the political sense. For example, in the US, Pew Research notes that 83% of Democrats and 69% of Republicans see members of the opposite party as close-minded. And increasingly, both Democrats and Republicans see supporters of the opposite party in a negative light. Echo chambers, extreme views amplified on social media, and turbulent political situations might all be the cause for this rising global divide. However, seeing people as one-dimensional can be extremely damaging. In my case, my view towards Trump supporters were very skewed. I was wary and maybe even a bit afraid of them. If it wasn't for this interaction I had, I might have lost future opportunities to connect and make meaningful relationships with other people just because they might have different beliefs. Furthermore, in more extreme cases, stereotypes could lead to discrimination, hatred, and violence. So, though common, stereotypical views towards people who are different can be extremely damaging. So, what can we do to start seeing people as three-dimensional? I suggest 2 simple things you can do from today: acknowledgement and interaction. First, acknowledgement. It is important to know when and to whom you're having stereotypical thoughts towards. I know it is difficult to pinpoint every single stereotype you have when you have millions of thoughts running in your head. But when a view towards someone seems particularly skewed, stop and ask yourself, is this based on stereotype or evidence? As a lighthearted example, when I went bouldering the other day, I saw a group of pro-level climbers and thought they wouldn't want to talk to me, a beginner, because I had a stereotype that they'll be cold. However, I stopped and questioned myself and realized that this was a biased view. I didn't have any personal evidence or experience of that. So, I mustered up my courage, talked to them, and made new friends. Acknowledging your stereotypes is the first step to battling the stereotypes. Second, and most importantly, interaction. Just as I broke down my one-dimensional images through actual interactions, interactions are key to fighting back on your stereotypes. By interacting with a range of different people, you'll come to realize that people are complex, nuanced, unique individuals that cannot be categorized simply. So, how do you increase the amount of interactions in your daily life? I suggest going to places you normally wouldn't go. For example, if you're a student, maybe go to a social gathering with exchange students. Or you could go to different lectures or events about different subjects. Go to social gatherings, volunteering, political rallies. It could be anything. As long as you have the chance to interact with people outside of your in-group. By increasing the interactions, slowly you can train yourself to become less stereotypical and judgmental. The rising divisions we have today all around the world is partly due to the accumulation of unconscious stereotypes that we bear in our minds. However, this also means that we have the power and autonomy to change these ideas within us. Acknowledge and interact. Let's take these 2 simple steps to reduce seeing each other as one-dimensional and instead start seeing each other as complex, 3-dimensional figures. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ashida. Now it is time for questions and answers. Mr. Sato, please.
Okay, thank you, Ashida-san, for sharing us your personal experience.
Thank you.
Okay, first, it's a simple question. Why did you decide to work as an English volunteer tour guide?
I always like using English, and I think tourism is really interesting because people are excited to see the culture. So I wanted to be able to share Japanese culture with the people coming to Japan.
Okay, crystal clear, thank you. So next, generally speaking, Japan is a kind of monocultural country. And on the other hand, the US is multicultural country because there are more immigrants in the US. This means Americans have more chance to interact with a variety of people in their daily lives. So here's my question. Do you think Americans are more open-minded compared with Japanese people?
That's a very interesting question. I think It depends on the people. For example, even if you do have people who are different from you around you, it doesn't mean you'll take advantage of that and try to learn about people's different perspectives. So, for example, in the US, even if you're surrounded by different cultured people, you might ignore them. Well, if you're in Japan, even if you are surrounded with similar people, you could go out of your way to find people who have different experiences. So I think it's very hard to generalize whether one country is more open-minded or not.
Okay, so let me ask you a similar question. Do you think that Japanese people is typically more close-minded?
Perhaps, maybe because we have less opportunities to interact with people from different cultures. People in general might be close-minded, but I think, again, there are individual differences.
Okay, it's interesting to discuss about this topic with you. So next, do you have any idea about the characteristic of people in other countries? My concern is, what do you think about Chinese people?
My thought? Well, as Mr. Cho said, I think it's very different based on, like, everyone has different experiences, so I wouldn't have like a very categorical thought towards like Chinese people.
Okay. So this will be the last question. Let me confirm that could you tell us the merit or advantage to be open-minded?
I think the merit of being open-minded is that you're able to understand other people's perspectives and be able to sympathize or relate to them more. So, for example, if you only understand your perspective or your culture or your beliefs, then you will not be able to interact with other people and care about their needs, care about how they're feeling as much. Well, if you're open-minded, you'll be able to think about the effects it has on different types of people, so you'll be more sympathetic.
Okay, jolly good. That's all for my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sato and Ms. Ashida. Now it is judging time.
Now, the sixth speaker seems to be ready. The sixth speaker is Ms. New Lu Quinn from Hosei University, ESS. The title of her speech is Cherish Every Part of Identity. Cherish Every Part of Identity. Ms. Lu, would you come up to the stage, please?
Thank you, the Masters of Ceremony and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is New Lu Queen. As you can tell from my name, I'm not Japanese. I'm from Vietnam. But just a few days ago, I got a new name. That's New Rukawa. In fact, I have finally acquired Japanese nationality. I'm very happy because I feel I'm accepted. However, now that I got a name, I felt something essential that shouldn't be lost disappeared from me. Today, I would like to talk about whether it's right to settle people to a single nationality. Some may think it doesn't relate to them, but it does. Imagine if you work overseas and have to get another nationality, you don't have to give up the Japanese one. What about the nationality of your future children if you marry internationally? If they don't choose the Japanese one, your children will be foreigners. This is not just a personal problem. I hope this society will be a place where people can cherish their identities. So, first of all, let me tell you why I decided to get Japanese nationality. In April 2022, as a new university student, I was about to move to Tokyo for my studies. I was excited for new life, but my feelings were shattered at once. I was refused housing simply because I was a foreigner. I felt my identity as Japanese was denied. This experience made me feel disgusted, and I never wanted to feel that way again. That's why I decided to obtain Japanese nationality. However, after receiving it, I felt my identity as Vietnamese was getting further away from me. Now I'm very confused about how to settle my identity. This series of experiences made me doubt one thing. Why do we have to settle for only one nationality? I was born and raised in Japan by Vietnamese parents, and both cultures are very much a part of my life. How can I choose one? Why can I not have both? Unfortunately, this is what's happening in Japan. According to the Japanese Ministry of Justice, we have to give up our current nationality to obtain a Japanese one. Also, people with double nationality are responsible for choosing one nationality by the age of 22. But again, is it really necessary to force people to settle for only one nationality without regard to their backgrounds? Now, the world is changing to borderless. Based on the study by Maastricht University in the Netherlands, 76% of United Nations member countries allow double nationality. Yet, Japan isn't open to the world. The reason Japan doesn't permit double nationality is clear. According to a court case held in October 2023, the prohibition of double nationality was claimed as a violation of the right to pursue happiness, which was rejected. The judge claimed that allowing multiple nationalities could cause friction between nations over which country protects individuals and could lead to conflicts regarding obligations such as tax payment and military service. However, in fact, this government stance was what exactly promotes problems. Though the Japanese government prohibits double nationality, it doesn't actively enforce the restriction. Many people who were born with double nationality often keep both without going through formal procedures. This ambiguity of the law is causing problems. In this way, Japan currently faces problems of identity conflicts on the personal level and contradictions due to the lack of clarity of the law on the social level. So, now it's time for Japan to change. I would like the government to permit double nationality by introducing two systems. The first one is concluding double taxation treaties, which avoid taxing people twice. Other countries like the United States and Canada have concluded them, and actually Japan has concluded them in trade. Since they are not totally new to Japan, I think it wouldn't be difficult to apply them to double nationality as well. The second one is introducing the principle of primary nationality, which prioritizes one nationality for people within that country's territory. This system clarifies which country is responsible for protecting individuals. Also, I encourage the audience here to do one thing. Please listen to our minds. Most of us are suffering from the feelings that cannot be expressed clearly. It is painful to hold them in our minds. So, please just listen to our cries from our hearts. Based on family registers, the government estimates that about 890,000 people will soon have to choose their nationalities, and they feel terribly anxious that they are struggle to make a decision. Also, there are nearly 3 million foreigners living in Japan for the medium to long term. It will include children born and raised here. It's a very serious problem that these children feel alienated because of their nationalities by birth, though their minds belong to Japan. If our nationalities don't reflect our minds, only pain and anxiety remain. Because I deeply understand this pain, I'm standing here today, trying to make a change. I love how Vietnamese people joke loudly, and I also love that my Japanese friends are so polite. Not just one, but both cultures shaped who I am today. So, once again, please give us the right to choose nationalities that reflect our minds. Please let us cherish every part of our identity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Liu. Now it is time for questions and answers. Mr. Sato, please.
Okay, thank you, Liu-san, for sharing us your experience and your research. So first of all, after you got the Japanese nationality, did you lose Vietnam nationality? It's a simple question.
Yeah, I lost my Vietnamese nationality.
Okay, thank you. So next, you mentioned the reason why the Japanese government doesn't permit double nationality, especially tax payment and military service. So could you explain more about the problem?
Okay, so about taxation, if we have two nationalities, we have to pay both tax, and that is double. So people suffer from that, and also military obligation is like, for example, I have like Korean nationality and Switzerland nationality, and both of them have obligation for serving military service. So people who have both have to
Be a soldier twice.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand. So next, imagine a situation you have both Japanese and Vietnam nationality and live and work in Vietnam. And after retirement, you came back to Japan. In this case, can you enjoy social welfare in Japan even though you haven't paid any tax in Japan?
Sorry, could you say again?
Okay, imagine the situation you have both nationality, Vietnam and Japan, but you worked only in Vietnam. And after retirement, you came back to Japan. In that case, can you enjoy the social welfare, I mean, the medical service or something like that in Japan?
Yeah, I think so.
Even though you have never paid any tax in Japan? Is that comfortable for Japanese people?
I never thought that, but I originated in Japan, and I sorry, just a second, please.
It's a little bit a difficult question to imagine. Okay, I understand that. So lastly, okay, can I ask you this question? Can you show us some negative aspects of double nationality?
Okay. If we have double nationality, we may be taxed twice or have military obligation twice. And as a country, we may face the problem of cultural destroy. So that's the merit.
So the culture will be destroyed.
That we already face the problem. So some party or some prefectures are trying to solve it. So I want the government to support them, like financial.
The government support is also needed.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sato and Ms. Ru. Now it is judging time.
Now, the seventh speaker seems to be ready. The seventh speaker is Ms. Mika Tsukaya from Takasaki City University of Economics, ESS. The title of her speech is Destroy Standard with SITAB. Destroy Standard with SITAB. Ms. Tsukaya, would you come up to the stage, please?
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Let me begin with a story of mine. I lived in America for 8 years, and when I was 10, I came back to Japan. In that year, one of my classmates told me, "I love your style." Okay, here's a question. I love your style. What do you think she was referring to? My hairstyle? Or my clothes? No. She was referring to my body. As soon as I noticed that, I thought, ew, why is she talking about my body? This way of praising appearance and face is normal in Japan, right? I think most of you knew she was referring to my body. And one more thing. Why do Japanese people don't receive praise? When I say, "I love your shirt. Oh my gosh, you have a great taste for fashion," to my friend, she will always say, "No, I'm not. Stop praising me. I can't believe that." Why, Japanese people? Please accept it. So I noticed that there was a big difference between America and Japan in the way they praise people and receive it. So I'm here today to change it right away because I know the better way to praise people and receive it. So, praising appearance. This is normal in Japan, but this is causing a huge problem. Do you know how many girls in Japan don't have confidence in their appearance? 30%? 45%? No, 93%. Most girls. No, almost all girls in Japan don't have confidence in their appearance. What a huge number. On the other hand, America's girls, 86% are fully satisfied with their appearance. Look at that number. So, as a girl who lives in America, I noticed that how they praise is becoming one of the reasons of the lack of confidence for Japanese girls. One idea of the women who struggle with their appearance is that they think they are inferior to the standard of beauty. The praising tendency is creating the standard of beauty, and I believe this standard of beauty is causing the suffer of the Japanese girls. So if we change the way we praise, we can save the girls and the future girls. I'm mentioning girls, but from now on, I'm including everyone who has lack of confidence of their appearance. I want everyone's cooperation. Of course, my way to praise and receive will help you to have a good relationship with others. So please enjoy my method. My way to praise is sit, changeable, eye, taste. If you master this 3-step, you can be just like me, specialist of praising. Please don't say you don't want to be like me. By the way, I'll tell you the specific way. First, changeable. Praise changeable things like hairstyle, clothes, makeup, or something. Do not ever refer to their face, body, skin color, or anything other that is impossible to change soon. Please stop praising others in a normal way in Japan. Next, I. Just I. Simple. Put I in front of it. Japanese is a language that cuts off the subject often. But in my method, I want you, when you praise, I want you to put I in front of it. This will express to the person that this is only my opinion, so don't take it that seriously. Lastly, tea, taste. Yummy. It's not that taste. Praise what you think they have good taste, like music, fashion, nail, or something. These things relate to their heart. So these praise will tell them that we like their inside part. Using my sit will be like this. Oh my gosh, I love your style. Look at that. Did you change your dress? Changeable. I love it. You have a good taste on fashion. Taste. Like this. Don't forget this sit. Now you know how to praise. Then what does the person who got praise needs to do next? Yeah, receive it. I have the right way to receive it too. It is tab. Thank you, accept, back. Only positive. When you receive a praise, I want you to firstly express your gratitude. I love your t-shirt. Well, thank you. Japanese people often say, そんなことないよ. Means no. Change this, please. Whenever you get praise, please say thank you first. Next, accept. Don't blame yourself, just accept. I like my outfit too. Don't blame yourself. Lastly, back. Give you back the praise. Whenever you get the praise or a good thing, I want you to give it back and have a good cycle of love. Changeable, I, taste, sit. Thank you, accept, back, tab. Together, sit tab. If you do my method, it will be like this. Oh my gosh, I love your outfit. Did you change the way you dress? Changeable. I love it. I. You have a great taste in fashion. Taste. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I like my outfit too. Accept. I love your shoes too. Back. You might think this is overreacting, right? But I want this to be normal. Using sit tab, using the positive words and action will break the standard of beauty and save the girls in Japan. Lastly, thank you everybody here coming here today and listening to my speech very well. Your reaction, thank you so much. Girls, we can break the standard. You are more than how you look. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sugaya. Now it is time for questions and answers. Mr. Sato, please.
Okay, thank you, Sugaya-san. I like your behavior as a speaker. Did you practice a lot? I love it. You have a very good taste for word choice
Well,
and vocabulary.
I love it too.
Okay, do you think such a communication mentioned in your speech fit Japanese culture?
No, it would not match it, but I think it doesn't matter if it matches it or not. The world is changing every day, and I wish Japan culture will go to a good thing more and more in the future. So it doesn't match, but I wish it could be one of the culture.
Okay, thank you. So do you think culture of Kenson in Japanese is a kind of negative culture?
Yeah, on the first time when I came back to Japan, I thought this was a real bad culture. But I think Kenson, the hidden meaning means we want to praise the other person too. Like, you mean you like me, thank you. But I'm not that kind of stuff because I really respect you. I think Kenson hidden's a really respect. So it's not that negative, but we need to think when we're gonna use it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So next, imagine a situation. A man is wearing dirty shirts and wearing so bad.
Oh,
the man is wearing so bad,
Yeah,
and there
okay.
is nothing to praise. In that case, how should we react?
Okay, I wish there is nobody like that. In that situation, I will find in her inner side, like, I believe there is no one who is bad and there is no part that we can praise. So I will have a conversation with her. And if I love her smile, I'll say, I love your smile. Or if I probably can't find something, I'll just say, I like your shoes. And I'll
Okay,
just
yeah,
go
you're
back.
so
Yeah.
positive. Okay. So
Sorry.
next,
Yeah.
imagine a case, imagine the situation.
Okay.
A lady is wearing something strange to participate in speech contests, like red shirts or yellow suits or something like that.
Okay.
So you must give her some advice not to wear something like that. So
Okay.
in that case, what should we react?
Honestly, I'm not really good at like fashions, and so I'll just tell her my friend's address, like she's very good person in fashion, and I will tell her, I really love your outfit though. I really love it, but I think it will be better like in this way.
Okay, first praise, and after
Oh,
that,
first phrase. I'm sorry, first phrase?
praise her outlook. If someone is wearing red suits or yellow suits to participate in the speech contest.
The color?
Color, you know.
Okay, and she's really confident about that.
Yeah.
Okay. It depends on the situation. If she's my junior, I'll tell her probably it's not the right way to dress and we need to show respect to the judges or something. And if she's my senior, I'll probably don't say anything.
Don't say anything. That's
Sorry.
interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll just respect the age.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all for my questions. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sato and Ms. Sagaya. Now it is judging time.
Now, the eighth speaker seems to be ready. The eighth speaker is Mr. Mikuto Kishi from Tokyo University, ESS. The title of his speech is Listen and Listen. Listen and Listen. Mr. Kishi, would you come up to the stage, please?
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, distinguished judges, organizers, and all of the members of Tokyo English Speaking Society. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear my loved ones, I love you, but I'm sorry, and goodbye. Just then, I went to the edge of the train platform to be ready to jump. I wanted to end the hour because I was bullied by my classmates. My world had become completely dark and no color was reflecting my eyes. The school felt like a prison, and I was the prisoner looking for escape, even if it meant ending my own life. This is no fiction story, but why I'm here speaking today, it's because I want to help people like me who have faced bullying, had a fear and despair, and thought about suicide. So today, I'm standing here to talk about how we as third parties can play a role in preventing suicide among people who are bullied. The issue of suicide due to bullying links to everyone in this hall today. There are two reasons. First, bullying is unpredictable. It can happen anywhere, in schools, workplaces, or online. Second, there is a serious connection between bullying and suicide. According to the latest survey by the Nippon Foundation in 2022, about 37% of people who have had suicidal thoughts reported their experiencing of being bullied. Because of this reason, there's a possibility that everyone, including me, may lose our friends or family members by suicide due to bullying. One suicide means one life lost. But is it really or? The answer is no. It deeply affects surrounding people. According to the NCNP, National Institute on Mental Health, about 48% of bullied families had a high possibility of experiencing mood or anxiety disorders. Also, on our website, I saw many regretful comments like, "I'm sorry that I couldn't do anything for you." Therefore, suicide prevention is not only helping another person's life, but also taking care of yourself. If I commit suicide, I won't have to feel pain anymore. While I was bullied, I tried to kill myself in order to escape from my painful feelings. Psychiatrists traditionally explain excessive accumulated stress could lead to suicide. That's why bullying could push people to end their own life. We need to address this issue, but it's often difficult. One reason is that we might underestimate the power of small action. If we focus too much on solving the bullying itself, it raises the barriers to intervention. For instance, some people might fear that they will become the next targets of bullying or make the situation worse. However, remember that even a small action can create meaningful change. As I faced bullying, my friend Yuto took a small action. One day after school, he came to me and listened to me, and he said, "It must have been really tough for you, but I can always listen to your feelings." He consistently listened to everything that I shared with him. As the days went by, my heavy feelings were gradually eased, and my thought about suicide became less than before. One of my friends did for me explain my speech title. Listen and listen, which means listen again and again. This skill is called active listening. Active listening requires conversation, so I ask you to reach out to your friends or family members if you notice any negative behaviors or signs of bullying among them. I've just outlined key aspects of active listening here by using the acronym LISTEN. L means look, make an eye contact. I means inquire, ask questions to gain a clear understanding. S means show empathy. Use simple plays like that's and stuff. T means tolerate. Wait until they have finished speaking before offering your advice. Finally, E and N means embrace and never judge. Accept all the ideas. Do not deny their feelings. Some audiences might still doubt the effect of active listening. However, recent research shows people who receive emotional support were 6 times less likely to think about suicide. Since active listening is a key form of emotional support, it must play a significant role in reducing suicidal thoughts. This is the power of small action. I also had a chance to try active listening to my friend. Unfortunately, she was also bullied in high school. I tried to listen to her with full attention, and she said, "I'm glad I could talk to you. You helped me feel a bit better. I can't change everything, but I was very happy that I could see her smile again." On April 1st, 2023, cherry blossom danced in the air as I stood at my university entrance ceremony. I can't change my past, but I'm now living a bright future that I once longed for. Today, I'd like to remember your listening can realize today's 59th Amano Trophy's concept, illuminating paths to new horizons. Your small action can illuminate a path to saving a loved one's life. Remember, the key is listen and listen. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kishi. Now it is time for questions and answers. Mr. Sato, please.
Okay, thank you, Kishi-san,
Thank you.
for your passionate speech.
Thank you.
Okay, first question is, why did you choose this topic?
Okay, thank you for asking. I choose this topic because I want to share the pain that I experienced in the past, and I want to inspire everyone to take action the issue of suicide due to bullying from now on.
Okay, thank you. So next, the purpose of your speech is to prevent suicide among bullied people.
Yeah.
And what kind of bullying are you especially talking about? Bullying in schools or bullying in workplace? So what kind of bullying are you especially talking about?
Okay, thank you for.
I think the situation is different from bullying in schools and bullying in workplace or bullying online. So my question is, particularly, what kind of bullying are you talking about?
Thank you for asking. It's a difficult question, but I include all of the situation, like bad words or like the aggressive action or something like that.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, so next question. In some cases, the bullied person may be isolated. I mean, some doesn't have friends to rely on. So in that case, do you have any idea to help such unfortunately isolated bullied person?
Okay, thank you for asking. So I'm sure that isolated person will appear. However, today the purpose of my speech is to be a supporter who do active listening to help such an isolated person. That's it.
Okay, thank you. So it's important to help those who are bullied, but also I think that we should stop bullying itself first. So do you have any idea to stop bullying or to decrease the number of bullying?
Okay, thank you for asking. I think that we should ask the government to we should ask the government to make a more strict rule for the SNS bullying, because it's much easier to hurt others because we can hide our identity. So we should ask them to make a strong rule. That's it.
So you mean that it's simple and effective to punish people who bully others, right?
Sorry.
So your idea is it's effective to punish people who bully others, right?
Yeah.
You
Yes.
think that we should punish bullying people? Give penalty or something like that?
So like penalty is kind of like sounds bad. However, in order to stop the bullying, we should unfortunately give the penalty. That's it.
Okay, that's all for my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sato and Mr. Kishi. Now it is judging time.
All the speakers have finished both of their speeches. Now, distinguished judges are going to leave this hall. Please stand up and give them a big hand. Next, the speakers are going to leave this hall. Please give them a big hand. Please be seated.
Everyone, we would like to have a short recess. After this recess, we will have a lecture from our special guest, Ms. Sanae Shibahara. So please be seated by 3:55. 3:55. 休憩後、スペシャルゲストの柴原早苗先生によるご講演がございますので、15時55分までにご着席ください。
The lecture by Ms. Sanae Shibahara will begin in 5 minutes, so please take your seat. 5分後、柴原早苗先生によるご講演が始まりますので、皆様ご着席ください。Ms. Sanae Shibahara is going to enter this hall, so please stand up and welcome her with a big hand. Please be seated. Today, we are honored to have as our special guest, Ms. Sanae Shibahara. She's been actively working as a broadcast interpreter and simultaneous interpreter for international conferences, as well as a lecturer at Tokyo University and Interpreter Training School. 本日は特別ゲストとして柴原早苗先生をお招きしております。柴原先生は放送通訳者、そして国際会議同時通訳者としてご活躍中です。また、獨協大学および通訳スクールの講師も務めていらっしゃいます。それでは柴原先生、お願いいたします。
はい、ありがとうございます。皆さん、こんにちは。こんにちは。なんとなく暗いところでこう見えるんですけれども、あれですよね。早くコンテストの結果が知りたいっていう感じじゃないですか、今。はい。ジャッジの方々が今、粛々とジャッジをやっておられると思いますので、その間の30分間だけ、私の方からお話を、させていただきたいと思います。先ほどの佐藤さんの質問のところでですね、スピーチコンテストで黄色いシャツを着てくる人についてどう思いますかって言われたんですが、黄色いシャツ着てきてます、私。はい。なぜこの黄色いシャツを着てきたのかと言いますと、今回のこのポスターですね、これでちょっとカラーコーディネートをしてみたりいたしました。今回は記念すべき59年目、来年はね、60回目っていうことで、人間で言うなら還暦ですよね。本当に伝統のあるこの大会に、主催者の方々、大学の皆さん、そしてもちろんジャッジの方々、そして何よりも参加された方々、本当に準備とかで大変だったかと思いますけれども、この素晴らしい大会をこうやって伝統として引き継いでくださっている皆さんに敬意を表したいと思います。はい。で、今日はですね、私自身、同時通訳という仕事をしておりますので、なかなか普段皆さん同時通訳者がやっているところを生で見るっていう機会ないと思うんですよね。なので、もし、今ここにいらっしゃるお客様の中で、はいって言ってくださる方がいらっしゃったら、前に来ていただいてマイクをお渡ししますので、日本語でお話しされたらば、私がそれを英語に同時通訳をしようと思います。で、if there is any English speaker who is willing to come up to the front stage and do a kind of a short ad hoc speech, then I would be more than happy to interpret that into Japanese ということなので、日本語を話すまたは英語でやりたいという方がおられればいらっしゃいます。私の方から客席が暗くてよく見えないんですけど、どなたかはいっていう人がいたら、じゃあどうしよう。係の人にマイクを持ってってもらおうかな。じゃあ、どうしよう。いい？お願いして。はい。どうなったかな。もう一回手挙げていただいていい？はい。じゃあ、観客の方の、じゃあ、いいですか？じゃあ、前に、V ネックの素敵なワンピースの方に来ていただいて。はい。ありがとうございます。皆様拍手よろしくお願いします。どうぞどうぞ。こっちの方がいいかな。はい。こんにちは。私の教え子さんだったよね。そうよね。あれ？現役学生さんだっけ？卒業され、ごめんね、私がマイクも。ね、お久しぶりで。お名前なんだっけ？安倍さん覚えてる。はい。よろしくお願いします。ということで、安倍さんです。皆様改めて拍手をお願いします。 じゃあ、ですね、ルールってほどでもないんですけれども、なんか簡単に、自己紹介でも、あるいは読経についての思い出でも、何でもいいので、ちょこっと話して日本語でいただきましたらば、私が横で英語にしていきます。で、2本マイク使うと、私自分の声で自分の通訳が書き消されてちょっと集中できないので、私は地声でやります。はい。はい。じゃあお願いします。はい。
はい、じゃあ自己紹介から。
はい。
はじめまして。はい、私の名前は安倍しおなと申します。はい、獨協大学英語会に所属していました。はい、で、スピーチセクションのチーフを務めておりまして、はい、4、5年前ですかね。はい、ここのステージでスピーチをさせていただきました。で、柴原先生の授業も当時履修していて、はい、2年間確か履修させていただいたんですけど、もう本当に学びの大きい授業で、はい、通訳の面白さとか、はい、難しさ、はい、あと英語の勉強の仕方など、はい、たくさん教わりました。はい、なのでこうして今横で同時通訳をしていただけてることが本当に名誉ですし、はい、あと当時の私は想像していなかった状況に今直面しています。はい、本当に貴重な機会をありがとうございます。はい、皆さんもぜひ楽しんでください。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。安倍さんでした。ありがとうございます。はい。という感じでですね、同時通訳っていうのはこんな感じでやっているんですけれども、通常であれば、お仕事で同時通訳をやるっていうような時は、あらかじめ今日はこういう話をしますよっていうようなことを事前に教えていただくとか、あるいは直前で打ち合わせをしたりとかっていうことがあるので、その方が何を言おうとするのかっていうのは大体ある程度はね、想像できるんですけれども、今みたいに突然、数年前の卒業生さんと再会っていう、なんかすごい嬉しい驚きの方で、心臓バクバクしちゃったので、ちょっと私にとってもね、嬉しいサプライズではありましたが、こんな感じで、何にしましても同時通訳ということをやっております。同時通訳というのはね、聞きながら喋るんですけれども、逐次通訳というのは話し手さんが話して、ある程度の長さを話されたらば止まった時に私が今度はそれを直すということをやってます。で、私の仕事自体はですね、こんな感じで同時通訳をやったり、あとメインはニュース CNN ですねの英語のニュースを日本語にするということが多いです。あとは時々民放の方で大きな例えば大統領の記者会見、アメリカですねなどがありますと、それを日本の民放の局さんに行ってでそれを通訳するっていうようなこともやっています。で、今回ね、私のテーマが英語を活かしたキャリアっていうことなので、通訳という仕事に関してなぜ私が通訳者になったかっていうことをちょこっとご紹介したいと思います。私自身は最初から通訳者になろうとは思っていませんでした。全く考えてなかったです。高校時代に第一志望は英文科だったんですね。ところが受験した大学すべての英文科が不合格でした。で、かろうじて引っかかったのが社会学科だったんですね。で、その社会学科の授業がですね、これまた全然興味持てなかったんですよ。もうなんで私ここ入っちゃったんだろうっていうぐらい全く関心を抱けない。だけれども出席しないと単位はもらえないっていうことで、こういう大きな教室ですよね、階段教室とかね、とりあえず物理的には行きました。で、授業受けてるの辛いけれどもどうしようかなと思ってた時に、じゃあなんか内職しようかなと思ったんですね。現役の皆さんにこれ言っていいのかどうかわかんないですけれども、内職しようかなと思って教室の一番後ろの席に座って、じゃあ何の内職しようかって思った時に、じゃあ何か 英語関連のことをやろうということで、じゃあ英語の資格試験を受けようかなって思ったんですね。それで、英検ってね、1級とか2級とか、いろいろと優しい級からやっていけるので、一番取りやすい級から始めていってっていうことで、こそこそと堂々と内職をしておりました。今ね、自分がこうやって独協大学で教えるようになりますと、一番後ろの席で一番よく見えるんですよね、教壇から。なので、そんな感じでこう内職をしているうちにですね、英語の面白さにハマっていったんですね。それでこういろいろと資格試験を取ったりっていうようなことを、やり続けて、それでなんとか大学4年間社会学も学び終えて、卒業することになりました。ただですね、卒業して最初に入った会社は、外資系の航空会社だったんですね。で、その外資系の航空会社とはいえ、日本語のメインの職場ですので、英語を使うことはほとんどなかったんですけれども、やっぱりそのうち英語に魅了され続けていたので、留学したいなっていうふうに思い始めました。で、留学するためには、もうちょっと時間が、残業とかもない会社に行って、で、貯金もできるような感じの職場にっていうことで、一度転職をして、で、3年ほど勤めて、ようやく、貯金が貯まったので、イギリスに、大学院の方なんですけれども、行きました。で、大学院で、勉強をし終えた頃はですね、私が勉強したのは NPO とかボランティアセクターの組織論という社会学的なことをやったんですけれども、日本に帰ってきた時は、その分野で大学の研究職、大学の先生、社会学の先生をやりたいなというふうに思っていたんですね。ところが、日本に帰ってきましたらばですね、日本経済がもうこんな感じで傾いてしまいまして、就職とか大学に入るとかっていうのが非常に難しかったんです。で、その当時はまだインターネットもない時代でしたけれども、その日本の大学、あるいは日本の大学院を出ていない状態で、ポットでの海外の大学院から出てきた人が日本の大学で研究者になるっていうのはなかなか厳しいというふうに言われてしまいました。で、どうしようかなって思っていた時にですね、たまたま、社会人になってから細々と通っていた通訳学校の恩師のところに、先生のところに、留学終えて帰ってきました。今全然仕事なくて仕事探してるんですっていうふうに言いましたらば、その通訳学校の恩師が、あら、早苗さんいいところに来たわね。今すっごく通訳忙しいから手伝ってくれないって言われました。それで、じゃあ渡りに船だわと思って単発の1日だけの仕事だったんですけれども、通訳の仕事を受け負いました。で、1回目のその仕事を終えたら、じゃあ次もお願いっていう感じで、それがどんどん繰り返されていったんですね。それで通訳の世界に入るようになったわけなんです。なので、子供の頃から通訳者になりたかったとかっていうのでは全くなくて、もう完全に私の場合は、運ですね。ラックの運とご縁とタイミングでした。で、もちろんこの通訳という仕事、英語という分野と自分との相性が良かったんだろうなっていうふうに思っています。なので、もし今の時代風に言うと、この学知化って言うんですよね、最近ね。学知化何やってましたかって言われたら、内職っていう風にしか私言えないんですけれども、でもそれが巡りに巡って、と長年経った時にどこかでつながってきたのかなというふうに思っています。で、通訳っていう仕事はですね、言語を要は変換しますよね。英語から日本語、日本語から英語なんですけれども、よく英語の勉強をしている、学生さんとか、社会人の方にも、尋ねられるのが、英語って4技能ありますでしょ？読む、書く、聞く、話す。この4技能の中でどれが一番大事ですかっていうふうに聞かれます。で、これって私からすると、皆さん、目、耳、口、鼻、どれが一番大事ですかっていうのと同じなんですよ。どれも大事ですよね。内臓でもいいと思います。心臓とか肺とかね、大腸、小腸。みんなやっぱり自分にとっては大事だと思いますので、どれか一つだけっていうふうには言えない というふうに感じています。もちろん通訳っていう仕事は聞いて話すっていうのがメインなのではあるんですけれども、やはりそのためには読む力、リーディングもちゃんと力をつけていなければいけませんし、話すっていうことはイコールライティングでやることと同じなんですよね。活字で自分が書いたものを口にするっていうのがライティングとスピーキングと同じだと思っていますので、やはりこれをバランスよくトレーニングしていくっていうことが私は通訳の仕事にはとても大事じゃないかなっていうふうに思っています。で、もう一つはですね、通訳の仕事って基本的には座って仕事をするんですね。ここ多分ね、このホールの上のところが、同時通訳ブースだと思うんですね。皆さんの後ろの上の階だと思います。で、あそこの小さなお部屋に我々同時通訳者というのは座りまして、で、ここで喋っている方の話をあそこでヘッドホンをつけながら同時通訳しています。着席してはいますけれども、ものすごく脳みそを使いますので、私は通訳の仕事っていうのは着席型アスリートだと思っているんですね。なので、4技能必要ね、英語力を鍛えるっていうことももちろんそうなんですけれども、体力がとにかく大事になってくるというふうに思っています。今の時代ね、何かとSNS があったり、スマホがあったりとかで、なんか気ぜわしい時代ではあります。多分皆さんはいっぱい活字を見たり、画面を見たりとかね、大変な時代に生きていると思うんですけれども、私自身もやっぱり目を使う、耳を使う、口を使うということでは、すごく体力を消耗する仕事ではあります。でも、だからこそ、やっぱり自分の体をいたわってあげること。さっきね、最後のスピーチの方のお話の中に、やっぱり自分で自分を大事にするっていう話が出てましたけれども、それはすごく感じています。なのでね、着席型アスリートだからこそ、睡眠、よく寝るっていうことですね。8時間は私寝てます。睡眠と栄養と、で、それから運動ですね。この3つはやはり心がけるようにしてます。で、実はこの3つがバランスよく整えられていると、良い仕事もできますし、多分皆さんの場合は学生さんが多いので、勉強するときもね、今日は睡眠不足じゃないからちょっと気合入れるなっていうような感じになっていくんじゃないかなっていうふうに思っています。で、もう一つ、通訳者ですね。このアスリート的な話をしたんですけれども、同時通訳をする場合は、聞いたらすぐに言わないといけないんですよね。訳語を言わないといけないんです。なので、ちょっと皆さんね、ずーっと座っててお疲れだと思いますし、声も出してないので、かなり受け身状態でね、お過ごしになられてきたかと思うので、ちょっと私今から、日本語を言いますので、すぐに皆さん英語にしていただけます。私の授業を取ってた人は、瞬発力のクイックレスポンスです。はい。ちょっとやってみますね。難しい単語出しませんから安心してください。はい。椅子。何？チェア。机。テーブル。飲み物。drinks。そうですよね。マイク。マイクロフォン。傘を差す。なんか目が泳いでますね。はい。傘は大丈夫ですよね。アンブレラですよね。傘を差すっていうのは具体的にはどういうこと？そう、開くわけですよね。だから傘を差すっていうのはオープンなアンブレラでいいわけです。ついこの差すっていう言葉にね、引っ張られて、わかんないってなっちゃうんですけれども、通訳の場合は状況を頭の中にイメージしたり、あるいは優しい日本語にね、さらに置き換えることによって英語に直すことができます。で、じゃあもう一つ、どれぐらいの英語力があれば通訳者になれるんですかっていう話もよくお尋ねとしていただきます。私の答えはこちら。中学校3年分の英単語力と基礎文法、構文。これがあれば絶対になれます。なんか一瞬ね、って思われるかもしれませんけれども、こういうことなんです。英語ってね、皆さんずっと勉強し続けてくると、高校ぐらいになると、not only but also みたいなね、難しい構文とか出てきて、受験英語でね、大変苦労されたと思うんですけれども、大事なことっていうのは基礎の部分なんです。で、日本の今の教育の中では中学校1、2、3年でやるのが基礎文法に当たります。家づくりで言うなら土台です。 土台がしっかりできていれば、そこから積み重ねることってできますよね。土台のところが脆弱だと、どんなに上のところでいいものを作ろうとしても、うまく立てられないわけなんです。なので、通訳の基礎力っていうのもそこなんです。中学校1、2、3年分の文法、英単語、構文、これをやっていただけると必ず伸びます。私は今の社会人を相手に通訳学校で教えているんですけれども、通訳学校に来る社会人の皆さんっていうのは皆さんかなり英語に関して自信もお持ちですし、長年英語が好きでしたっていう方が大勢いるんですね。ただし、伸び悩むっていうケースもあるんです。で、そういう受講生の方に騙されたと思って、本屋さんの高校受験コーナーのところにある10日間完成、入試直前英語中学校総仕上げみたいなのを一冊やってくださいっていうふうにお伝えすると、本当に皆さん騙されたと思ってやってくれるんですけれども、それをやり終えた受講生の人は、1学期の後半でうわーって伸びるんですね。なので、ぜひね、今、英語ちょっとね、悩んでるんだけどっていう方は、中学校の文法とかにね、戻っていただけたらいいかと思います。で、教材のレベルを下げるっていうことは、これ、絶対敗北でも何でもないんです。知らないからやる。わからない、忘れちゃったから復習する。ただそれだけのことなんです。私自身も通訳の仕事ずっと続けていますけれども、毎回仕事が終わった瞬間に、よし、今日は完璧に全部できたと思った日は一回もありません。毎回仕事が終わった瞬間、あの単語も落としちゃったとか、こんな基礎的な部分が通訳できなかったとか、もう反省の毎日です。だけど、反省するっていうのは自分の弱点を見つけることなので、自分の弱点が分かったら、それを洗い出して復習していけば、勉強していけばいいですよね。だから、ちょうどいい機会をいただけたっていうふうに思うようにしています。毎回仕事の後ですね、その職場の通訳のセミナー会場の駅から自宅に帰る自宅近くの最寄り駅までの電車の中はもうずっと一人反省会です。あの単語、この単語とかね、書き出してみたりとか、内容のところがちょっと予習が甘かったなとかね、そういったことを反省しながら家に帰ります。ただし、最寄り駅に着いたらもうそこでスパッと、立ち上がって、よし、反省会終わりっていうふうにしてます。あんまり引きずるとね、精神衛生上良くないですのでね。なので、そんな感じで切り替えっていうのも大事なんじゃないかなというふうに思います。なので、もう常にね、学びっていうものは続いていると私自身は思っていますので、本当に目の前にあるもの全部学びの対象になると思うんですね。さっきね、椅子とか机とか飲み物とかっていうふうにクイックレスポンスやりましたけれども、歩きながら見かけたものを英語、日本語で言い換えてみたりとか、マスクの時代は結構私逆に助かりました。マスクの中でゴニョゴニョと一人クイックレスポンスをやっていたので、怪しまれずに済みましたのでね、雨の日なんかもいいですね。傘さしてるとね、なんか口パクパク動かしててもね、怪しくないっていうのがありますので、結構雨の日なんか好きなんですよね。あとはそうですね、もうこういうところに書かれている英語は必ず音読する。見かける活字、見かける英単語全部音読するっていうことをやっています。随分前にですね、私ペットボトルに書かれている英語も音読するのよっていうふうに学生さんに言ったら、すごい惹かれたことがありました。今風で言うとドン引きって言うんですかね。もう言わないの、ドン引きって。はい。されたことあるんですけど、これだって、なかなかスピーキング力伸びないっていう方は、要は英語って塵も積もればの世界なので、塵積もの世界なので、How じゃなくて How much なんですよ。どれぐらいたくさん練習するかってそれだけなんですよね。だからもうこれなんかもコスタコーヒーとかね、ノンスイートラテとかってもう言っちゃいます。ね、で、今日もちょっと音読できたわって言うとなんか嬉しくなります。自分で声出すっていうこと自体がね、なんとなくこう自分の耳に入ってきて、こう自分の中の血流が良くなるような感じがするので、私は割と音読なんかは好きなんですよね。はい。で、 勉強っていうことにちょっと話を持っていきたいと思うんですけれども、どういうふうな勉強をしたらいいのか、英語の勉強に限らずですよね。学生時代どんなことを自分の学びにして、それこそ学知化にかけるようなことをやったらいいんだろうっていうふうにね、悩んでる学生さんいると思うんですけれども、私の中では学びっていうのは広く浅くでいいと思っています。もちろんゼミとかに所属したらば深く掘り下げるっていうこともね、大事になってくるんですけれども、いろんなことに首を突っ込んで、いろんなことを体験してみるっていうことは、ものすごく自分自身の経験と体験に結びついて、それがやがて皆さんを支えてくれると思うんですね。なので、独協大学の学生さんであれば立派な図書館ありますし、高校生の方、あるいは地元の方であれば、地元にも、あるいは高校にも図書館あります。そういったところに行って、ちょっとこのコーナー行ったことないけど、この本読んでみようかなっていう感じで手に取ってパラパラって眺めてみる。大真面目に最初のページから最後のページまで読まなくてもいいと思うんです。なんとなくめくってみるっていうことだけでも立派な経験になると思います。そんな感じでいろいろなことに関心を抱いていただくと、それがたくさんの引き出しになってくるんですね。で、私がやっている通訳の仕事っていうのは、とりわけ CNN のニュースの場合はいろんなトピックが出てくるんです。スポーツもあれば、大統領選挙もあれば、戦争とか災害とか、芸能とか、本当にたくさんのトピックが出てきます。で、事前に原稿が出るわけではないので、当日 CNN のスタジオに行って座ってヘッドホンをつけて流れてきたニュースを見て、初めましての状態で通訳を私たちはしているんですね。なので、そこで役に立ってくるのが、今までの人生経験のすべてなわけなんですよ。それこそ小さい時に経験したことが意外なことで通訳現場で生きてきたりっていうようなことがあるわけなんですね。なので、勉強とか経験っていうのは何一つ無駄なものはないというふうに私は思っています。特に若い学生の皆さんはこれからまだまだ人生100年時代ですからね。学生さんでないお年を重ねられた方も人生100年時代ですので、どんどんいろいろなことを楽しみながら勉強していただきたいなというふうに思っています。で、一つですね、私が最近やった、通訳の仕事に関してお話をするとですね、先週だったんですけれども、精神医学と、それから国連が採択した障害者権利条約というもの関連のですね、通訳を仰せつかりました。半日間の同時通訳、日英日でした。で、実はこの分野、私全くやったことのない初めての分野でした。医学の分野を専門的にやる会議っていうのもこれまで受けたことがなかったんですね。でもご依頼いただいた以上はもう責任を持ってやらなければいけませんし、通訳者っていうのはもう一回の仕事が勝負なので、それこそサッカー選手と同じですよね。試合に出ていいパフォーマンスをすれば監督が見ていてくれて、次もスタメンに起用してくれるっていう、そういう世界と同じですので、必死に勉強をしたんですね。で、ちょっと皆さんの方から見えづらいかもしれないんですけれども、Excel ファイルで、この精神医学とか、権利条約関連の単語リストをひたすら作りました。で、投資番号を振ってみましたらばですね、全部で311個ありました。で、これをその通訳の本番の日までひたすらブツブツブツブツブツブツブツブツ言いながら覚えるわけなんですね。で、すごく大変は大変ですし、300個もあると覚えきれません。だけれども、全然知らないで同時通訳できなかったっていうよりも、度忘れしちゃったから訳せなかったっていう方が精神的ダメージは軽いわけなんですね。で、この通訳の単語リストをですね、プリントアウトして、で、通訳現場に持って行って、同時通訳ブースのところに置いて、お守りみたいな感じで置いて、当日はやってみました。本当に 内容自体がですね、いろいろと考えさせられる日本の現状の話なども出てきて、私自身は一通訳者ではあったんですけれども、改めて今の日本が抱えている課題とか、法律の問題とかについて学ぶ機会をいただきました。ですので、通訳の仕事っていうのはですね、もちろん言語のコミュニケーションスペシャリストというふうには言われはするんですけれども、毎回何かしらの人生の宿題を提示されて、で、それをまた勉強しようという気持ちにさせていただけるっていう仕事だというふうに私は思っています。なので、本当に私はこの通訳の仕事、ひいては英語ですね、というものに感謝している人生なんですね。英語とか通訳のこの仕事がなかったら、多分私は今どこで何をしているかわかりませんし、とりわけコロナの時代のね、皆さんも経験されました、大変な辛かった時期も、通訳と英語があったから私はすごく支えてもらったというふうに思っています。なので、皆さんにもね、ぜひそういった感じで、自分を支えてくれるもの、別に英語でなくてもいいと思うんです。自分が好きな分野っていうものを見つける旅を続けていただいて、で、ろうそくの火っていうのは別にね、キャンプファイヤーみたいに大きな炎じゃなくてもいいと思うんですよ。ちっちゃな灯火でもいいので、その灯火を常に消さないようにし続けて生きていくっていうことが自分の人生を支えてくれるんじゃないかなというふうに思っています。で、最後に言いたいことはですね、学びって楽しいです。本来楽しいものです。課題があって大変とかよくわかんない英文読まなきゃいけないっていうのはね、なかなか苦労するかと思うんですけれども、本来勉強ってすっごく楽しいことなんですね。で、犬、ワンちゃんと運動、筋トレと勉強は絶対にあなたを裏切りません。犬と筋トレと勉強は絶対に裏切らないです。これどういうことかっていうと、例えば SNS とかスマホとかゲームとかを数時間やってて、今日も3時間やっちゃったっていうふうに後悔することってありません？ね。だけど、勉強とか運動とか筋トレとかを数時間やって、今日5時間も勉強しちゃった。なんで私こんなやっちゃったんだろうって後悔することってまずないと思うんですね。なので、犬と筋トレと勉強は絶対に裏切りませんので、ぜひともね、楽しみながらっていうのが私肝心だと思ってるんですけれども、楽しくワクワクするようなことを見つけながら学び続けていっていただけたらというふうに思っております。私からは以上となります。今日はありがとうございました。
どうぞ。
ごめんなさい。最後に一つだけ PR。11月の6日日本時間水曜日ですけれども、アメリカ大統領選いよいよ投開票になります。この日私はですね、東京赤坂の TBS の方で、待機をしながら、同時通訳をする予定になっております。なんかここで業務連絡するのもなんなんですけど、水曜1、2限の方申し訳ないんですが、休校にさせていただきます。ちゃんと課題は出しますので、はい、その旨ご了承ください。以上です。ありがとうございました。
貴重なお話をありがとうございました。それでは柴原先生が退場されますので、皆様ご起立いただき、温かい拍手でお送りください。ご着席ください。休憩後、表彰式がございますので、16時45分までにご着席ください。
なお、アンケートは受付で配布いたしましたパンフレットに挟んでおりますので、ご回答くださいますようお願い申し上げます。YouTube をご覧の皆さんも、概要欄にございます Google フォームにてアンケートにご回答くださいますようお願い申し上げます。Everyone, we would like to have a short recess. After this recess, the distinguished judges will enter this hall, offer a few comments on this contest, and present the awards to the winners. So please be seated by 4:45. 4:45. We would like you to answer our questionnaire in the brochure given at the reception desk. Thank you.
ご案内いたします。すみません。アワーディングセレモニーの時間が、変更になりまして、アワーディングセレモニーが5時から、開始させていただきます。アワーディングセレモニーを5時から再開させていただきます。ジャッジ様が、今現在審査中で、そのため、少し予定を変更させていただきます。アワーディングセレモニーは、5時からスタートさせていただきます。よろしくお願いいたします。再度ご報告を申し上げます。申し訳ございません。アワーディングセレモニーの時間が、もう一度変更させていただきたいと思います。5時から5時15分スタートにさせていただきたいと思います。アワーディングセレモニーを、5時15分にスタートさせていただきます。5時10分までに、ご着席ください。5時10分までにご着席ください。アワーディングセレモニーは5時15分から始めさせていただく予定です。よろしくお願いいたします。
大変長らくお待たせいたしました。申し訳ございません。We will begin the awarding ceremony in 5 minutes. Thank you. 5分後、表彰式が始まります。皆様、ご着席ください。
Now, let us start the awarding ceremony. The speakers are going to enter this hall. Please stand up and welcome them with a big hand. Next, the distinguished judges are going to enter this hall. Please welcome them with a big hand. Please be seated.
Before announcing the winners, I would like to ask the distinguished judges to say a few words. First, Mr. Chad Pascal will give us some comments. Mr. Pascal, would you come up to the center of the stage, please?
Good evening, everyone. So today I'd like to have my comments centered on three words: illuminating, direction, and path. Unfortunately, the beautiful logo for Dokyo University isn't here for me to begin with, because I love the D. When I see the D of Dokyo University, I think of the Detroit Tigers, my hometown baseball team. So I love seeing that. I like baseball, and my first comment about illuminating and illumination in speeches is about how you make the audience feel like they're a part of your speech, a part of your world. So I'll try and give you a very quick example. So yesterday was the first game of the World Series, and I'm a Detroit Tigers fan, but I'm also a Shohei Ohtani fan too. And so knowing that he was in the World Series, I really had to see him play. And here it was, ninth inning. The score was 3-2, the Yankees. There were two players on base, and Ohtani comes up to bat. And I know that, like everybody in the stands, I was expecting something magical. There he is, standing there, getting ready for the pitch. The pitcher throws the pitch. He hits it high up in the air, and it's caught. And he's out. And do the fans boo and throw their beer cups down because he got out? They don't. So that's remarkable, because here he is in this big moment and he misses. And it's okay. The fans are okay with it. So why is it okay for somebody like him, the greatest baseball player maybe of all time, to make mistakes, but it's not okay for us to make mistakes in our own lives? So that might be one way that I would illustrate something where I'm talking about making mistakes. The difference between what I see sometimes with speeches and what I try to do is that a lot of times in speeches, we'll tell the audience what we want. So Shohei Ohtani is the greatest baseball player, and sometimes he pops up and it's caught and the fans are not upset. Why can't we be that way with our own mistakes? It's the same content, but the difference is one makes us feel like we're a part of the action, and the other one is just telling us the information that I want you to understand. That's the first point. The second point, is going to be shorter, I promise, is the direction. So the next thing about speeches for me is that a lot of speeches, we cover kind of similar topics sometimes, but at the same time, the ideal for a speaker, I feel like, is to put their own sort of direction. So imagine this. So I think you know Akira Kurosawa, the famous Japanese director, or Miyazaki Hayao, another famous director. Can you imagine if Akira Kurosawa made Spirited Away? Would it look the same as Miyazaki Hayao? No way. It would look completely different. The message, everything behind the movie would be completely different because he would offer a different direction to the film. And that's the same thing that I feel like we need to do as speakers, is that when we talk about when we deliver our speech, it should be something that's so unique to us that nobody else could possibly do that speech. Like nobody else can do the Seven Samurai. I mean, they can, but it's not like Kurosawa did it. The final thing that I have to say is about path. And path is related to your message. So here, usually in a speech, you're taking the audience on a journey. If you imagine a path, what you don't imagine is this. I'm here. A journey or a path usually has a distance that you travel. In your speech, if you feel like you can summarize your speech, you can go from the beginning of your speech to your message in like 2 or 3 sentences, then probably there's not enough to your speech. That's it. Thank you very much. And before I forget, thank you organizers for inviting me. Thank you, Kobayashi-san, for being one of the best assistants ever. And thank you for the speakers in the audience for making this a really wonderful experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fasca.
Next, Ms. Miyuki Kobayashi will give us some comments. Ms. Kobayashi, please.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, first and foremost, I'd like to thank all the ESS Club members of Tokyo University for their hard work behind the scenes. Without your effort, we couldn't be here to enjoy all those wonderful speeches. So please join me in giving them a big hand. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Now, audience, thank you very much. It's so nice to see new faces, audience here. And with your presence, speakers' messages are complete. It means a lot to them. So thank you for being here with us today. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for coming. Okay. Thank you. And to the speakers, thank you very much for sharing your wonderful ideas and thoughts. And today, as I was reading greetings, Miss Hiroko Maezawa, the president of Tokyo University, she commented, public speaking is more than just delivering words to an audience. It is a means of connecting, persuading, and inspiring others. I echo her comment 100%. So I'd like to comment on that. She said, connecting, okay? This is very, very important for the speakers to remember. You have to grab our attention from the very beginning and keep that attention through the speech. And so that in order to do that, you have to speak clearly and make sure that you don't lose our attention. If you use a little bit difficult word, we start thinking, what was the word? And then you easily lose our attention. So know your audience. Know your audience. Your audience will be probably not the native speakers. So use simple and easy words to explain. That's my feeling, okay? And next one was persuading. Sharing your personal experience is a very powerful way to persuade others. Today, I was so happy to hear a lot of personal experiences to support your talk. So it was really good. And the last one was inspiring. Have you ever thought of difference between good speeches and great speeches? Good speeches, we can nod, and then nod, and then we feel that, oh, this is a wonderful speech. That's a good speech. And the great speeches, I feel that great speeches can make people to move to action. So we need a call to action. So when you make a speech, I would like to hear you give us a clear direction where you want to take us to. That's my comment. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to talking each one of the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kobayashi.
Unfortunately, Dr. Yoichiro Kobayashi has left for urgent business, so we are going to skip his comments and move on to the comments by Mr. Ryota Sato. Mr. Sato, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today. This year, the 59th Amano Trophy, the concept of this contest is direction. I really like this word, and as one of the judges, I respect the concept of this contest. And I will give you some comment about the direction, to show direction to the audience. First of all, considering the introduction of your speech, the typical introduction of ESS speech is like this. Today, I'd like to talk about something. This is a typical example of ESS speech. But now you may understand that the speaker just introduced the topic, but the audience are not aware where the speaker should go. So instead of such an example, I will show you another example like this. Today, I will let you know the harsh reality of the people suffering from something. And I believe the solution A and solution B will be the most effective way to save such people. Now, as you can see, I gave the direction of the speech, not only introduced the topic, but also I gave the core message of the speech. And this will surely help the audience to follow the story of the speakers. This is the first advice from me. And next, sometimes it's really effective to use transitional phrases. Let me show you an example. Now, let me explain the reality of the people suffering from something. And continue your speech. And then I will show you some statistics and data to illustrate the background of the people. And then continue your speech. And lastly, shall we discuss the way to improve the situation? I believe the solution A and solution B is effective. Then continue your speech. I believe that this kind of transitional phrases are really effective. And the audience can also follow the story and follow your ideas. Lastly, let me summarize. Convey your core message at the beginning of your speech. And then sometimes transitional phrases are effective for the audience to understand your ideas. Okay. Lastly, I surely believe that these two tips will guide you to the right direction to be a great speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sato. Everyone, the great moment has arrived. It is my honor to present the winners to you. Ms. Kobayashi will give awards to the winner of the third prize. Would you come up to the center of the stage, please?
The third prize. The third prize goes to Mr. Shinyo Cho. Mr. Shinyo Cho. Mr. Cho, would you come up to the stage, please? The prize is as follows. First, a certificate from NHK 埼玉放送局.
Hi, 賞状 NHK 埼玉放送局賞張信陽殿、あなたは獨協大学主催第59回天野杯全日本大学生英語弁論大会において優秀な成績を収められました。その栄光をたたえてこれを賞します。令和6年10月27日 NHK 埼玉放送局おめでとう。
Second, a certificate and a cup from the English-Speaking Society of Tokyo University. Congratulations, Mr. Cho. Thank you so much, Ms. Kobayashi.
Next, the second prize. Mr. Chet Pascal, would you come up to the center of the stage, please? The second prize. The second prize goes to Ms. Aoi Hiramatsu. Ms. Aoi Hiramatsu. Ms. Hiramatsu, would you come up to the stage, please? The prizes are as follows. First, a certificate from Saitama Shimbun.
I will deliver this in English for you. So this is to certify that Aoi, you are the recipient of the All Japan English Oratorical Trophy, Amano Trophy, and congratulations.
Second, a certificate and a card from the English-speaking Society of Tokyo University. Congratulations, Ms. Hiramatsu. Thank you so much, Mr. Fasuka.
Now, it is time for the first prize. Mr. Ryota Sato, would you come to the center of the stage, please? The first prize goes to Ms. Sara Ashida. Ms. Sara Ashida. Ms. Ashida, would you come up to the stage, please? The prize is as follows. First, a certificate from Saitama Prefecture.
賞状、埼玉県知事賞。あなたは獨協大学主催第59回天野杯全日本大学生英語弁論大会において最も優秀と認められましたので、その栄誉をたたえ、これを賞します。Congratulations.
Second, a certificate from Terebi Saitama.
Congratulations.
Third, a certificate and a cup of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology.
Congratulations.
Fourth, a certificate and a cup from Soka City.
Congratulations.
Sorry, that was a mistake. Next one is a cup from Soka City.
Certificate from Soka City. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Fifth, a certificate and a card from the Alumni Association of Tokyo University.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Sixth, a certificate and a card from the English-Speaking Society of Tokyo University.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Lastly, the Amano Trophy.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Ms. Ashida. Thank you so much, Mr. Sato.
Now, we would like to hear some comments from the first prize winner. Ms. Ashida, would you come up to the center of the stage, please?
Thank you to Master of Ceremony and everyone here today. First of all, thank you so much for these wonderful prizes and also for the audiences. I'm sure you're very tired of clapping right now. So thank you so much. And I also really want to thank the honorable judges for spending a long time today judging, and also the organizers. It's been a really wonderful competition and the hospitality was really great. So thank you. I actually really wasn't expecting to win because this was the first time I was doing this speech for the first time. So I'm really glad that I did. But I think more importantly than the actual rankings is the messages that all the 8 speakers have delivered today. I've learned so much from each and every single speech that everyone gave. And I hope that the audiences and everyone can take away from everyone's wonderful speeches. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ashida. All the contestants are given a prize from Coca-Cola Bottlers Japan 株式会社. First, second, and third prize winners are given the special prizes as follows. First, a prize from Koidekai. Second, a leather product from Sokakawa Shokuninkai. Third, a book from 株式会社五軒. Fourth, a book from 一般財団法人国際ビジネスコミュニケーション協会. Fifth, a book from 株式会社新生出版. Sixth, a catalog gift from Tokyo University ESS. The first prize winner is given a ticket for a 3 days long English conversation course from Language Village.
Now, let's watch the closing movie. So the judges and the winners, would you please return to your seats in the audience?
圭介さん、天の杯お疲れ様でした。
前期よりもパワーアップしててすごかったです。
後輩の進むべきディレクションを見れました。
成績の特大のサポーター、心強いです。
今日はゆっくり寝てください。おやすみなさい。
おやすみなさい。
お疲れ様
です。
お疲れ様です。天の杯お疲れ様。午前中から一日中エクステンポとプリペアドで本当に長丁場だったと思うけど頑張って本当に偉いです。今日は家に帰ったら緩みに緩んでくださいね。はい、みんな集合。せーの、お疲れ様。バイバーイ。
母さんの可愛すぎて死にそう。カオさんの本当に死にそう。カオさん、天の杯お疲れ様でした。
サラ・マノハイお疲れ様。
堂々としていて、スピのエースを感じた。
プリペアドもエクステンポもかっこよすぎた。
サークルの上でも助かってる。
今日はゆっくり寝てね。
おやすみ。
おやすみ。
お疲れ。 お疲れ。
ニューさんの2、
人気者。
ニューさんのゆ、
優等生。
ニューさん、天の杯。
お疲れ様でした。かわいいおもろい。長文最高。みかこ文大好き。みかこお疲れ。
ミクトお疲れ。
お疲れ。
バックナンバー風に謝罪させてください。誠にすいませんが変な形。
Lastly, Ms. Ryoko Uchiyama, the executive chairperson of the 59th Amano Trophy, is going to give us the closing address. Ms. Uchiyama, please.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for your attendance of the 59th Amano Trophy. Actually, I'm really nervous just standing here, so I can't imagine how the speakers feel, but I really appreciate the effort that every speaker has put in. The concept of this Amano Trophy, direction, illuminating the path to new horizon, means that no matter how dark and difficult the situation may be, your words and voice can be a light and milestone and leading us to a brighter future. Today, 8 speakers have provided us with new perspectives and illuminated our future. As a representative of the organizing team, I'd like to express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who involved in making this contest a success, especially judges and speakers and all the organizers. I also encourage everyone to use the power of words like the 8 speakers showed today. Lastly, thank you all for being a part of this contest. I'm looking forward to seeing you again at the next Amano Trophy. Safe travel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Uchiyama.
We hope you enjoyed today's speech contest and found it a valuable learning experience as well. We would like to see you at the 60th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Amano Trophy next year. Thank you very much for your nice cooperation. Thank you. Then, we would like to go on to the photo session now. All judges and all participants, please remain seated for a while.
本日は獨協大学主催第59回天野杯全日本大学生英語弁論大会にご来場くださいまして誠にありがとうございます。以上をもちまして本大会のすべてを終了いたします。 この後 A408 教室におきましてレセプションを行いますので、審査員、出場者の方々は写真撮影終了後、係の者の指示に従ってご出席くださいますようお願いいたします。また、受付にて配布いたしましたアンケート用紙は、後方の3番ドアを出られました際にございますアンケートボックスへお出しくださいますようお願いいたします。本日はご来場誠にありがとうございました。なお、ただいまより審査員、出場者の方々は、ステージにおきまして写真撮影がございます。準備が整うまで今しばらくお待ちくださいませ。
皆様お疲れ様でした。ただいまより写真撮影を行います。写真は全部で2種類撮影いたします。1種類目は、入賞者の方3名とジャッジの方4名によるお写真を。2種類目はすべてのジャッジスピーカーの方と運営員3名によるお写真をお撮りいたします。それでは準備が完了するまで今しばらくお待ちください。それでは準備が完了いたしましたので、1種類目の写真撮影を行います。なお、観客の方の中で、撮影を希望する方がいらっしゃいましたら、中央通路より後方にてお願いいたします。それでは、まず、お先にジャッジの方4名壇上へでお終わりください。続いて入賞者の方3名は壇上へお上がりください。 それでは2種類目の写真撮影へ移行します。準備が完了するまで今しばらくお待ちください。それではこれにて撮影を終了いたします。なお、終了後、ジャッジスピーカーの皆様はスピーカーズケアがレセプションルームまでご案内いたしますので少々お待ちください。